Hello and welcome to Trial TV Live. I am the Squeegee of Justice. Thank you so much for joining us today. We're going to start off with the request for kitties. There's two over here. There's two sitting right here with me. Little paw on face. So there's some kitties to start our day off. Oh, here comes Super Ball. Super Ball. She hasn't had breakfast yet. She said no to breakfast twice, and she's hissed and swatted at kittens. So she's in a mood today. Super Ball is in a mood today. Yeah. No breakfast, swatting at kitties. That's Super Ball, right? Okay. Yes. So who is with us today? Let me see if I can scroll back to the very beginning. Woken's Joke, good morning to you. Aussie Gardner. Brenda, good to see you. Thank you for joining us. Susan and Cindy. Mallory. Psychosaurus Rex, good morning to you. And Brat. McCormick family, thank you for joining us. Red Snap. Tammy saying good morning. Short Life. Did you miss anything on the case? No. Penalty phase is starting today. And Barry, you asked earlier, it may be done by Friday. Maybe. We'll see. We'll have to see. Lily Wayne, good morning to you. For Baby's mom, thank you for joining us. Callie Graham, good to see you. Lily Wayne saying, has anyone heard how many days are expected? Okay, so you asked the same thing, obviously before deliberation starts. I thought it was going to be a week, but we'll have to see. I'm sure the judge will say something today. Aussie Gardner, good to see you. Richard in the kitchen saying good morning to everybody. Little Lulu, good to see you. Sparkling Princess and Kathy Davis, thank you for joining us, you guys. JRN in the house. Let's see, who else? And JMS. You need some kitties, JRN? Okay, I showed you some kitties. Edward, good to see you. Iowa Backyard. Yep, good luck with that on Thursday. Hope that goes well. Melissa, good morning to you. Amy. Northwest, grumble, grumble. Yeah, that song does remind me of Tusk. Absolutely. So Barry's also asking it to be done by Friday. We'll see. I think the judge will probably talk about that straight away. Hey, Woke, good to see you. Sky Bell, how's everyone doing? We're doing fine. Thank you for asking. Kathy, good morning to you. Widespread Panic, good to see you. Thank you for joining us. Jennifer and Nan, grandson is here and your Katie girl is so scared. Oh, okay. Mandy, good morning to you. Rough Riders, good to see you. I see you are a Pittsburgh Steelers fan. Bite Me, good to see you. Thank you for joining us. All right. Yes, Barry, Northwest, we'll do a trial on the West Coast time soon. You don't have to be up so early. We have Carlos Dominguez coming up in January, so if you can hang until then, we got Brian Walsh next month. Shanna Gardner's been kicked out, I think, to 26. She was supposed to start next month too. She's been kicked out now. Let's see who else. Carlos Dominguez, I think, is, well, I know it's in January. So that's unless there's something that pops up between. Don't forget, we have Courtney Clenny December 1st. So that's Miami. So I guess November might be our best chance, Northwest, to do something on the West Coast. Beach Life, good morning to you. Callie, hello. Good morning to you. Thank you for joining us. Tyler, good to see you. Thank you for joining us. All right, so let's get back over here just to do a quick refresher. So we did the guilty, not guilty phase, if you will. Last week they finished Friday with a guilty verdict. It took them 1 hour and 12 minutes. 1 hour and 12 minutes to come to a verdict. and he was guilty, meaning Jose Soto-Escalera. So he was found guilty of taking out his mistress, if you will, somebody that he was messing with. She got pregnant, 99.999, if you guys remember. 99.9 times 10 zeros. He was the father. He worked for Waste Pro, which is a garbage collection agency. And excuse me. And he was driving around with his cousin, and they were talking all kinds of stuff about, shoot her in the head, get rid of her body, here along the route, just all kinds of nasty, terrible things. So the jury found him guilty in 1 hour and 12 minutes by our estimation. So just basically barely over an hour. So again, the judge is Lawrence Meerman. Prosecutor is Donald Richardson. There's another one as well. The defense is Thomas Burns, Ashley Minton. They are both public defenders. Now I'm wondering with this, now that we've entered the DP phase, I wonder if Ashley is going to take a back seat and Thomas is going to come on more. I have a feeling that might happen. So let me check to see if we have a feed yet or not. Hold on. All right, we do. We do have a feed. All right, hold on. We do have a feed. All right. Let's see. Hold on a sec. I've got to create. And let me just move that over here. All right. These pesky logos. There we go. Right. Sorry, just trying to get this sorted out. There. All right. All right. I think we're all sorted out now. Hey, Angelique. Good morning to you. Thank you for joining us. All right. Joanne, will Wendy be arrested soon? What did 8 Ball say? Oh, bailiff, my bailiff. Has not started yet. Coming up. Bot's already crazy. Last night I read several websites. Brian Walsh has court hearing tomorrow. Okay, very good. We'll do a deep dive on him as it gets closer because I think he may be the only game in town. There's going to be, we thought Shanna Gardner was starting on the 20th, but now she's been bumped out until the 2026, I think. Yeah, she's bumped out to next year. And then there was going to be another one that Florida PI Sam was involved with. So we're not sure. That one may be, because it's the Julio Fulio one, and he doesn't start until April, but I think she's involved with one that's starting in October. We'll have to double check on that. But right now, the stars are aligning for Brian Walsh. And I have a feeling a lot of people are going to be covering Brian Walsh. So we'll see. We'll see. Sparkling Princess, you're worried his trial will be kicked back? All right, we'll keep an eye. Active shooter at ICE headquarters, great. They wanted Proctor's text from the Karen Reed case. All right. Plus, he got didn't he get attacked or stabbed in jail? So we've been kind of keeping peripheral eye on it, but we'll once we're through with this trial. Oh, there's one starting next week. Oh yeah. There's one starting next week I want to cover. I'm hoping that's streamed. I'm hoping that it's streamed. It involves University of Miami shooting. So I want to. Hopefully that one will be streamed. And that one's starting, I think, on the 6th or the 8th. So there's always trials that are happening on. We just have to make sure they're streamed. That's the thing. If they're not streamed, then it's really hard, obviously, for us to cover it. And it doesn't have to be, the big, CTV or LNC. Just as long as it's streamed, we'll be okay. Hey, Lynn, good morning to you. Sparkling Princess, yeah, he was stabbed, yeah. Cindy says Brian's asking for a change in venue. Lots going on. Yep. We'll start to pay attention once we get closer. Maybe like the 15th of October, we'll start to pay attention more. And then we can do a deep dive maybe for like a day or two. We can check out his pretrial hearings, news reports, that kind of stuff, just to get, because I really don't know anything about it, other than his wife, I think. I mean, that's all I know is that he took out his wife. So, all right, looks like we got some action here. Judge is on the bench. Good morning, Virtuous. Good to see you. Thank you for joining. Andrea, good morning to you. Thank you for joining us. Yikes. You want a commercial about Scooby-Doo? I get commercials about slot machines and Scooby-Doo. Moonchild, good to see you. Thank you for joining us. Just got a commercial and it had cats involved. Speaking of cats, it's really funny. Like, even if you just say something, those are stalker ads, It used to be where it's just, if you go to a site or you look at something, stalker ads will follow you and then they'll hit you with ads. But now it's like just talking. Now it's just talking about, cats. And then all of a sudden you'll have ads come up for cats. That is a very gold seal, JR, and I agree. It's very shiny. I wonder if it's metal. Probably it's metal. Maybe aluminum or tin or something. Jennifer, you were thinking it's still Tuesday? No. It is Wednesday. Andrea, I love it here so much. Thank you. Thank you for being a part. Thank you for being a part of our community. Moonchild, all rise for the judge. Jeffrey Spence trial is going to be wild. It starts today. Is that the one out of Tennessee? Is that Tennessee? If I'm thinking Jeffrey Spence, let me see. Jeffrey Spence. Oh, plotting his parents. I gotcha. So his parents took out somebody. And they took plea deals, but he's going to trial. Gotcha. There's also the Brandon Isabel. That's going on. Oh, that's day 2. Yeah, there's either nothing going on or there's too much going on. You know what I'm saying? There's so Jeffrey Spence facing charges of his daughter's boyfriend Kirby Carpenter. All right.
Log in. I don't know what the schedule is.
Sounds like we have something going on.
Why not start it up, right?
Every time I hear a little burble, they go away. Daisy, good to see you. Thank you for joining us. Green-eyed cat. Good morning. Sue, happy hump day to you as well. Sparkling Princess, let's keep track how many times the judge touches his beard today. Oh, that's right, Joanne. Your pup Stella was groomed yesterday. Today she won't leave my side. Aw, traumatic experience for her. Aw, that's sorry to hear that. Psychosaurus Rats, it's so creepy sometimes. It's like at least wait 3 days to show us you've been listening to us. Yeah, no, it's immediate. Shirley, good morning to you. Skybell, the 2 days old baby murder is hard to watch. Is that the Brandon Isabel, Tennessee? Baby in the river? Oof. Throwing his 2-day-old daughter. Terrible. Terrible, terrible, terrible. Woke, he was 30-year-old rich entrepreneur. His father-in-law and wife conspired. Yeah, I'm kind of seeing it. So that's on CTV. Daughter Caitlin was dating him. He's found out dead outside his home. All right. Well, we're hooked into this one. We're full on hooked into this one. So once this one ends, we'll be looking into other things, other trials. There's definitely some ones I have my eye on. Like I said, there's one coming out of Miami I have my eyes on. There's one that's happened up in Cleveland I have an interest in, where this guy, I think he shot his grandmother, and then some officers arrived and he shot them, or shot one at least. But he's like being evaluated. Like it's going to be like an insanity kind of thing. So I'm interested in that one. So we do have our eyes on a couple trials. Can always play catch up. We do, yeah, we do that too. We're not adverse to doing that. Depends on how far behind we are, but we have done that before. Like if we're only a day behind, that's one thing. If we're like 2 or 3 days, you know. Sue, you're from Cleveland, right on. I am as well. A long-suffering Cleveland Browns fan. Amy, yeah, I forget the guy's name right now. I was just Googling, just kind of going through stuff, and it came up in YouTube. I'm like, oh, this looks interesting. Anything that has to do with psych evaluations, I'm always interested in. And yeah, so I think he shot his grandmother, and then I'm only guessing, and then officers arrived, and then he shot one of them. Lily Wayne, you watch Anthony Tote. He would be great ego. Yep, what a piece of work he is. He is on our list. Actually, Lily Wayne, he's going to be the next one. He's going to be the next one. He is going to be the next one. Next time we have a break in trials, we're going to do Anthony, and it's Tote, right? That's how you pronounce his last name, Tote. That's going to be the next Ego Takes the Stand. JRN, I lived a couple blocks from the school, so I just walked there with an iguana on your shoulder. Fun. Psychosaurus, I love psych evaluations too. Who would have guessed? Yes, of course, I think about you when I saw that. I'm like, oh, Rex, this is right up your alley. Green Eye Cat, you hadn't heard about the Tennessee case. Maybe that's a good thing. Yeah. Doesn't look. I mean, again, we don't shy away from the tough cases, but we're tucked into this one, so we're going to follow this one to the end. Lily Wayne, Squeegee, that's good. His attitude on the stand was unbelievable. Great. I will watch him again. We wanted to. I wanted to do a full rewatch on him, which we still can do, but I'm pretty sure he's going to be the next Ego Takes the Stand. Aussie, I love all things psych. And our Psychosaurus Rex, shocking that you like psych. JRN is not in trouble. JRN was a psych RN for 3 years. Oh, those kids wear you out. Yeah, I'm sure. Sparkling Princess, I'm thankful for all the cases you do, even the ones I can't watch. I'm thankful you keep going and work hard every time. Thank you. Deep dives are the best. Thank you. Appreciate that. Jennifer, so the jury comes back to deliberate the punishment? Yes. We could do a rewatch and the ego, Widespread suggests. We could. We'll have to figure out how that pans out. But Daisy, I wonder if they got all of his family here from up north. Yeah, remember they were in Bridgeport, Connecticut, and they were going to ship him out of LaGuardia. They were going to drive 3 hours into the city, and well, not actually into Manhattan, but close enough, into the boroughs, which is maddening enough, and get him from Bridgeport to Connecticut, and then fly him down. So, see, one of your cats is sitting and just meowing, not sure why. She has a little tuxedo. Yeah, so they were trying to get there was all of that. They said if they could get them down by Monday or Tuesday, cool. If not, they were going to do a Zoom. So we're going to have to wait to see if, and this is the penalty phase. So to me, that sounds like it's going to be more like character witnesses versus like impact statements versus, because what can somebody in Connecticut say what he was doing in Florida? So to me, it sounds more like impact statements or character witnesses. Bella, you couldn't do Sarah Boone, once was enough. I hear you. Honestly, I worked in psych my later working life and loved it. Deviant, is that seal real gold? If so, I'm stealing it. It would be heavy, right? Or I guess it could be gold plated, and it wouldn't be that heavy. Maybe it's just a very shiny bronze. I don't know. I doubt that's it's Fort Pierce. I doubt that's real gold because it's Fort Pierce, and not to knock Fort Pierce at all, but we've seen seals out of L.A. and Orlando and Miami, and they're not that spectacular. So I would hope that's, if it's gold, it's just gold plated. Otherwise, it's really heavy and then also expensive. Cindy, that sounds about right. Yeah, it sounds about right. Yep. 6 days ago, Hardy won't take his medication. Judge extends time to restore competency. He's 26. He was ordered to Central Ohio Behavioral Health Care last September to see if he could be restored to competency. 25-year-old man who allegedly shot and took out Officer Jameson Ritter last summer on July 4th. Yep. And he's accused of taking out his own grandmother as well. Yep, so prosecutors are also demanding proof that Hardy is being forced to take his medication. They're asked to view blood tests to confirm the drug is in his system. So he took out his grandmother in June, and then in July, he shot an officer. That's terrible, right? So he was sent to inpatient treatment at Central Ohio Behavior Health in Columbus in October of 2024. The state has 1 year for Hardy to be restored to competency. If he is not found competent in a year, he could remain indefinitely institutionalized. Yikes. So, yeah. So we're keeping an eye on it. If it ever comes to trial, we'll keep an eye on it. But that's, yeah. I don't know what happened with his mom. John, good to see you. Thank you for the $5 support. Trying to understand, Tennessee isn't seeking DP for killed his girlfriend. Right? Oh, and his girlfriend? He took out his girlfriend too? I didn't know that. There's always the aggravating circumstances, whether it was heinous, which is the case in here. So I don't know the circumstances, John. I can't really respond to that, other than I know in this case, this reached the level of heinous. That's why they are seeking it. So I don't know. You would think the 2-day-old child, you would think that would reach the level of, heinousness. But I don't know. I don't know. Molly, good morning from Southeast Michigan. Aussie, is JR going to behave today? Bot says not sure. JRN says, you wanted to be a psychiatric nurse practitioner, but you are been an RN for 18 years. Definitely not going back to school, plus I have loans. Very good. Is Dev going to behave today? Overruled, Mr. Zellman. Sit down. The answer is a resounding no. JRN, always good. You're always good. That's funny. Sue says you're Slovenian, so you make all those great dishes. Loans are hard. I don't have any, but I'm not up to working anymore. I still like learning. Darren says you love what you do. You are blessed. Yeah. Lisa, day one. Do you expect there will be multiple days of this trial? Yes, I do. I'm thinking at least two, because don't forget you have the state and the defense. So yeah. I would say at least 2, if not 3 days. I'm not quite sure. What can the state bring up? Yeah, we've never really covered. Have we done I don't think we've done a DP1 case before. Sherlife, I can tell you the judge on the baby case wouldn't put up with this sloppiness. She is strict. Hey, Bice, good morning to you. Thank you for joining us. Green-eyed cat, the food of your childhood, having a Polish mom, so yummy. So to get back to your question about how long it's going to last, we've never done, I'm trying to think, have we done a DP case? I can't think of one. One doesn't jump out to mind. If we did it, I don't recall it right now. So I'm trying to think. We've done penalty phases before. Where a jury, I think that was Megan Boswell, wasn't? I'm pretty sure the judge. I'll say no. I don't think we've done one before. Anyway, all that being said, how long will it take? I don't know what the state's going to bring up. I mean, they proved their case already, so now they have to prove maybe the aggravating factors, the heinousness of it all. Sue, I was east. I was way east. Way out in the country. But I went to school in Cleveland. I went to it's no longer there. It's the Ohio School of Broadcast Technique, where I studied television and radio. That was on 55th, East 55th. And I spent a lot of my wasted youth driving into Cleveland and then out of it again. Is the baby case father named Dokes? No. No. What is the guy's name again? Brandon something or other? Is it Brandon? Brandon Isabel. Accused of, let's see. Yeah, 27-year-old Danielle Hoyle, and then throwing their 2-day-old daughter, Kennedy, into the Mississippi. Yikes. She was found shot beside her abandoned car. He then later confessed. So he confesses to the crimes, and yet he's still going to trial? If you confessed, why are you going to trial? That doesn't make sense. Why would you? See, now people like that, I don't understand. Like, I don't think they're in their right mind. How can you do that? I just don't understand that. And then he's saying he's not guilty. I don't get that. Do not understand that. Hey Ed, how are you? Does this require 12? Nope, 8. Oh, good point though. Crime was committed prior. That's a really good point. Yeah, they didn't change that until the Parkland shootings. So that's a really good point. Huh. Well, I'm expecting the judge to tell us that. Hey, Hell Rider, good to see you. How are you? Ohio Jen, good morning. There you are, Hell Rider. Happy Hump Day to you. Yeah, I guess I'm hoping the judge tells us that. Hey, Daisy, how are you? Yeah, I'm hoping the judge tells us how many are needed, because that's a really good point, Ed. It happened after Parkland. So in 2023, they changed it to 8 to 4. So prior, the state had also made changes in 2017 to require unanimous. So this did happen. So in 2023, April of 2023, they changed it to 8 to 4.
President, we were going to be instructing the jury. The jury clerk apparently told our 4 alternates who reported downstairs that they were not needed and sent them home. They're being retrieved. One of them, I'm told, is 30 minutes out, but that was 5 minutes ago, Lacey Clark. But we're also trying to get the Zoom to work on the courtroom, but that'll be working when we need it. Mr. Burns wanted to address some scheduling issues, though, which we have an opportunity to do that now since we're not ready with the jury.
Yes, Your Honor, I have run into some difficulties. By we, I mean the defense have lost roughly 2/3 or thereabout of our anticipated penalty phase witnesses. This is due to the public nature of the trial and the attendant social media yammering about it. I have many witnesses who have been contacting me since the verdict saying I can't do it. People are saying things already. I'm going to get mean comments. I'm going to get trouble at work. People are going to look at me crosswise. It's not the type of situation that could be remedied by serving them with subpoenas and bringing them in here in this circumstance where I'm begging for a man's life. I can't have witnesses shooting daggers at me 90% of the time and spending the other 10% of the time glaring at Jose. If they don't want to be here, I cannot use them, is the practical nature of it. So my plans have been quite upset in the past few days, but I'm going to have to work with what I have. What I have at this point is a prison expert who is available to testify remotely this afternoon beginning at 1 o'clock. He's available at any time from 1 to 5. I have a lady who knows Mr. Soto-Escalera in previous years. She, I think, can come and testify in person this afternoon. That is all I have ready for this afternoon. I do have, I believe, 4 of Mr. Soto-Escalera's family members flying down from Connecticut. I thought that they were getting on a very early flight this morning. It turns out they're not leaving from LaGuardia until 3 o'clock this afternoon. I will not have a chance to interview them and find out exactly what they are going to say and whether it will be contradictory to other people in the family as to what they have to say. There is some difference in perception between older members of the family and youngers. And so I'm not sure who of the 4, maybe all, maybe 1, maybe 2, that I will end up using. Mr. Richardson, of course, has expressed an interest in deposing these witnesses beforehand. So I'm not sure what exactly I'm suggesting there, but it's going to be a late night for me and Ms. Minton. These witnesses would presumably be available to testify tomorrow. And that's about as much as I can update the court right now.
And Judge, can we just approach for a bench conference, because I don't want the rest of this that I need to lay on the record aired on court TV.
Sure.
Thank you.
Well, I guess we're part of social media yammering on. Well, it is a public trial, and we are allowed to voice our opinions. So I'll just leave it at that. If you think it's yammering on, that's your right to say that we're yammering on. All right. So the jury sent home 4 alternates. They said they weren't needed, so they sent them home. One of them is 30 minutes out. Then Mr. Burns there gets up and says social media is yammering on about this trial. Witnesses are saying they won't testify. He doesn't want witnesses shooting daggers at him and glaring at Jose. His plans have been upset. He does have a prison expert that can testify remotely this afternoon. He also has a friend of Jose's that can come in to testify as well. 4 family members are flying in from Connecticut today. I thought they were supposed to be coming in over the weekend. What happened with that plan? What happened with the plan of getting them here on Monday or Tuesday? Bah. He thought they'd be catching the first flight. They're not leaving LaGuardia until 3. He needs to interview them, and the state wants to depose them. So he's not sure what he's suggesting, but it will be a late night for him. Okay. And then he wants to, and then Ms. Bonte wants to approach so it's not caught on TV. Oh, I'm sorry, that's Ashley Minton, sorry. Apologies for mistaking your last name. Yep, they were supposed to have this sorted out Monday. Juror Life, or be on Zoom. They were supposed to sort this out. JRN, they are so well prepared. Bellatrix should have put him on Zoom. Yep. Virtuous yammer. We are now the yammering peanuts. Jesus. I mean, come on, man. It's a public court. It's public. You're not going to win any points by saying things like that. I mean, come on. Deviant, give me a few drinks and I'll be stammering on. Hey, Lynn. Good to see you. We should all change our names to yammering. Lisa, yes, justice dies in the dark. Some peanuts would be really good right now to throw. He thought they were taking an early flight. Planning much? Yeah, no, there's no planning whatsoever going on right now. Lisa says those glasses might look okay in the courtroom or in her house in the morning, but yikes, very cartoonish in that lighting. Yammer. Vice, they need to get their schnitzel together. We've been experiencing this the whole trial. Rita, they had 4 days, no excuse. Yep. Are we still the bus stop people? Green-eyed cat. Hello and welcome to Lynn. Let's see. Alice, thank you for the One Trial TV Live gifted membership. Who did you get? Brummy Nan of 2. There you go, Brummy Nan of 2. Come down and join us. Instead of paying for the family to come here, they could have just done it with videos, have someone go down there and take the video. Yeah, well, that's what Mr. Was it Fuentes? Wasn't that the detective, the investigator? I'm pretty sure that's what his name was. I'm pretty sure it was Fuentes. Where is he? Oh no, do I not have that? Shoot, hold on. Let me make sure I have that. Wait a minute. Oh. Wow. I screwed up. I got rid of my notes. Well, that's a bummer. I don't have my notes from Friday. I must have overwritten them. Maybe I have them somewhere. Shoot. I don't have my notes from Friday. Doggone it. All right. Don't have my notes from Friday, so I can't tell you. I'm pretty sure his name was Mr. Fuentes, though. Your middle name is Yammer? So should that be JWS and not... That's your last name? Your last name is Yammer? JRN Yammer? The Yammering Peanuts. Sparkling Princess, people are so generous in here, always getting membership gifts from members. Aw, you guys are awesome. Thank you. Richard, you have lightning in the area? All right. Be safe, be safe. Snowcat, I haven't been following this trial, but I'm passing through to say hello. Catch you all later. Thank you, Snowcat. Andrea, welcome to Rabbit Ears. Thank you, thank you. Let's see. Sherlife says maybe he should spend more time on getting his case done and less time on social media. Lisa says, I'm not sure, but if I spent money on airline tickets and hotel to come to the trial and they didn't use me as a witness on behalf.
Bench, one of the lawyers has advised me they think that one of the jurors' physical appearance was broadcast in violation of the court rule. Don't know whether that's true or not, but I do want to re-advise the media not to do that at any point, not to show the faces of the jurors. All right, so that's understood in that regard? Okay. And any word on our extra 4 alternates? We're still waiting on one. Okay. Well, let's go off the record. Let's give the Zoom a try globally as far as that's concerned. So my plan would be, based on what you all told me, we would do whatever we can this morning with the states. The state has victim impact. Does the state have any other evidence other than victim impact?
That's all.
Okay, so we would do the victim impact. Then what would be the earliest that your prison expert or the other witness would be available?
1 p.m., Judge.
1 p.m. so that we would break till 1 p.m. Do that. We would reconvene tomorrow, hoping to get those witnesses on that flew down tomorrow morning. And if you needed some extra time to talk to them briefly, we might be waiting for jurors as we were doing right now. We would do that, and then perhaps we would have the closings either later in the morning or early afternoon, and we would just go that. So it's not a major adjustment to our schedule, right? Does that sound?
Did you say closings today?
Tomorrow afternoon.
Yes, that's fine.
Tomorrow afternoon.
The only...
Doesn't that accommodate everything for the defense? I believe it does, because you have your people, they have their people flying in today, then you'd have them tomorrow, and we'd be able to do the closings tomorrow afternoon.
Oh, I could probably survive it, Judge, yes.
Yeah, why not?
So to be clear, tomorrow morning I would have an opportunity to at least speak to these folks. And
Yeah, if they're here.
They present their evidence, and then we just close in the afternoon. Yeah, that's fine with the state.
Yeah, so that would be the plan,
Yeah, that
to
works.
accommodate the communication snafu regarding the witnesses flying down. That's what caused us the difficulty logistically. And let's get the Zoom straightened out. We don't have all of our 16 jurors yet. All right. I'm going to go off the record momentarily.
All right. Yammering Peanuts should be a band name for us. Totally. It's been a bit since we did that. I know, right? It has been a while since we used to do band names all the time. Psychosaurus. Paula, they are Zooming this prison expert. But that prison expert isn't available until this afternoon. And so the state is only going to have victim impact statements, and sounds like they're going to break at 1, even though the two witnesses are available in the afternoon. So I'm not 100% sure what that's about. No, when it pixelates, that means that means our connection is wonky. When you see that pixelating, JMS and JRN, when you see it pixelating, that means our connection is wonky. No, when you see it pixelating like that means it's something on our end. Let's see here. Barry, if you can't wrangle your witnesses, you forfeit their testimony. Right? Yeah, it is. Our connection is yammering. Hey, Jenny, good to see you. Thank you for joining us. Jenny, yep, they had the weekend, Monday and Tuesday to get this all set. I agree, and the judge said that. The judge was straight up with them. The judge said that if you can't get them here by Monday or Tuesday, then we'll do video. We'll do it via Zoom. Well, Shirley, they are waiting for this juror who he said her name. Meanwhile, defense is complaining that they're being shown, which they were not. I did not see. We've watched this entire trial. I did not see a juror's face, but you never know. I didn't see it. I think that the court camera person has been very, very good about that. If anything, unfortunately it's the judge that's mentioned names multiple times. So anyway, yeah. So no, they're not on a break. Surely they're waiting for this juror to come back.
Some, if not most, of our Connecticut people will be speaking in Spanish. We will need an interpreter for that.
Okay, court-certified interpreter.
And Judge will need them here at 8:30 because the state intends to interview our witnesses at 8:30 in the morning tomorrow morning so that the interpreter can interpret for the state.
Thank you.
Let me, not sure who's in charge of the interpreters now. But I will let Deputy Court Administrator know. It looks like you're getting in now. Yep. So what I'm going to do, Tim, I'm going to leave it on, but there'll be no audio for them, but I'll just, actually, now that we're good, before we break, we'll restart it because it times out. So I'll just shut it off, but we've got the Zoom working now. Okay. You go off the record.
So the interpreter is for the people coming in from Connecticut. So it's his family. We heard on Friday that they're very not computer savvy. That's a nice little icon to show or sign. So Jose's family, they speak Spanish. They're coming in from Connecticut. They're not computer savvy. They will need an interpreter. why all this wasn't done Monday. I know Tuesday was the holiday. This should have all been taken care of Monday. I don't get it either. I'm not. Nah. All right, Aussie, go take care of your dog duties. Lori, because this is DP, they're being extra diligent. I know. I hear you. I hear you. They should say yamming. I know, yammering. I gotcha. Having fun with this whole attitude thing, Kathy says. JRN, I think we're being punked. Bellatrix, good to see you. Oh, recording. Rich for the defense lady to ask for one after crapping on the ones that testified. Right.
We'll start.
Well, Stan, sir, the court will be at a brief recess, as you were.
All right, now they are officially on a break. So the jurors told the 4 alternates that they're not needed, so they sent them home, and one person is a half hour away. I would be really, really upset. Even though the judge did tell them that you are going to come back for the penalty phase. The judge did tell them that, but one juror said, or I don't know, many jurors, who knows, but the judge said the jurors sent the 4 alternates home saying they weren't needed. And one of those jurors was a half hour away. I would be really upset if I was that. I'd be like, that really stinks. I wouldn't be mad at the court. I'd be mad at the other jurors. I'd be like, come on, man, that's an hour drive. Just to be an alternate, just to sit there and not even have a chance to deliberate. I definitely would not be. I would not be happy. Yeah, well, glad we all arrived on time. Only to wait. It's a hurry up and wait situation. Psychosaurus. So, since when do jurors think they have that authority at all? I don't know. MC Yammer time. Well, the break is that they're waiting for this juror to come back. I think that's the main break, is that they're waiting for this juror who is 30 minutes away to come back. Well, yeah, JMS, he did that often. When he was reading when they polled him, when the judge polled the jurors, he was saying their names, and sometimes the court TV was court reporter, whatever, was muting the audio. But we heard names, and he said their names multiple times. So, Ed, jurors should picket for $500 per day for the penalty phase. Yeah. The jurors sent the alternates home. I know, right?
All parties present.
Yammer dance.
I think I need to tell the jurors when they're not ready to come in yet, but when they do come in addition to re-admonishing them about the media coverage and not to talk to anyone, I should tell them our timeline. What I think is, it's going to be a little quick this morning. We're going to have some witnesses this afternoon, have witnesses tomorrow morning, then the case will be argued to them tomorrow afternoon. Otherwise, they're going to come in here for all of about 15, 20 minutes, and I'm going to release them to 1 o'clock, and they're going to be wondering what the heck is going on and maybe start getting concerned about their own time. So if I do that, it's kind of preparing them for what's going to happen. Is that all? What I'll say is, I'm thinking of saying, because as they'll see, there's a lot of logistics involved with the nature of this proceeding. It takes some maneuvering and adjusting, and that's what's caused the situation. They shouldn't be concerned about that. But once they know, we'll have the case submitted to them tomorrow afternoon. They should be fine. All right, we're still waiting for that other juror to come up, right?
Yeah.
Okay, go off the record.
Unless
She's there? Okay. Oh, okay. All right, so it looks like you've got a few minutes to prepare your video, audio, which you're preparing.
Donna's saying the clerk sent them home? I thought... I heard the jury sent. I'll have to go back and listen to that. Let's see. There you are, held right. You? 23. So 8 to 4.
There's that they were not needed. Clerk, apparently
8 to 4.
present. We were going to be instructing the jury. The jury clerk apparently told our 4 alternates who reported downstairs.
All right, thank you. The jury clerk.
23. So 8 to 4.
There's that they were.
So the jury clerk. Jury clerk. Good one. Thank you. Thank you, Donna. See, that's what I love about our chat. Keeping us honest and straight. So the jury clerk sent the 4 alternates home. So it was the jury clerk. Yes, jury clerk. So the jury clerk. All right. Jury clerk. All right. Good job, guys. Yeah, he said the clerk. Yes, jury clerk, jury clerk. Oh, the jury clerk's in trouble. Right. Off with his head. Jesus. Sounds like the court's in a fishbowl. So, good chat. Good chat. Round of applause for chat. Good job, guys. Mandy, yeah, jury clerk should have known better than that, right? Hey, Willow. Oop, wait, hold on. There you are. Good to see you. Bellatrix, and should have known better with that title, exactly. And Joanne, Brett, and Donna, thank you for the clarification. Daisy says, I thought we always kept the entire jury through the penalty phase. They are. Yeah, no, it's the same jury. It's the same jury, Daisy. It's the same jury. Same jury. Oh boy, Aussie, do we have the best chat ever? Careful, careful, careful. Oh, are you joking? Who sent them home, right? Who's on first? What's on second? I don't know who's on third. The jury clerk. The jury clerk. For whatever reason, the jury clerk sent home the alternates. Jury clerk should not send anybody home. Bellatrix, is that Becky Hill? Could be. Job opening for jury clerk in Fort Pierce, Florida. There's a job opening for a jury clerk.
All right, let's bring in the jury. We'll get started. All right, the jury is present. Good morning once again, ladies and gentlemen of the jury. And before we get started, at this juncture in the trial, I know that I have drilled into your heads, hopefully successfully, to be sure to avoid any media coverage of the case. Also, not to talk to anyone about the case, including your fellow jurors, although we're past deliberations in the guilt phase, but that rule applies now too at this time. Don't talk to each other about this point in the trial until you go back to deliberating the case. But because of the vast media attention that this case has attracted, I want to be absolutely sure to reiterate to you, although I think I've got the message clear once again, in an abundance of caution, please don't talk to anyone about the case. And I appreciate that you are following the court's instructions in that regard, so that you base this part of the proceeding only on the evidence presented in court that you've already heard in the guilt phase of the trial and that you will be hearing during the sentencing phase. Before we get started and I give you instructions about this part of the proceeding, I do want to tell you in advance, give you an idea of logistically, procedurally, how we're going to be going forward over the next 2 days. And my primary goal there is to assure you that our intent is to submit this case to you for your decision tomorrow afternoon. Cases at this juncture involve great logistical challenge that are beyond the control of the attorneys. They do the best they can, but witnesses will be called who are either at or coming from very faraway places, and you all are aware of what is involved with travel. So therefore, what's going to happen this morning, we're going to have some very brief testimony this morning. We're going to break. We're going to start this afternoon at 1 o'clock. We're going to have some testimony this afternoon. And then after that, we'll break. We'll come back tomorrow morning, have some testimony in the morning. And then the goal would be to submit the case to you with arguments and instructions on the law in the afternoon where the case is submitted to you. The reason I'm telling you that is I anticipate some of these breaks could be significant beyond what we would normally have done during the guilt phase. So I just want you to be prepared for that, and also not to concern yourself with it, just to be patient. But I think it'll help you being patient if you know the grand scheme as far as when the case will be submitted to you, which is tomorrow. So I believe your participation in this matter will be ended tomorrow afternoon. That's the schedule. So now that I've explained that, members of the jury, you have found the defendant guilty of 1 count of first-degree murder of Tania Wise and 1 count of first-degree murder of her unborn child. The only issue before you in this phase of the trial is to determine the appropriate penalty as to these crimes. The penalty for each of these crimes is either life in prison without the possibility of parole or the death penalty. Before proceeding further, it will be helpful if you understand how this proceeding will be conducted. The attorneys will have an opportunity, if they wish, to make an opening statement. The opening statement gives the attorneys a chance to tell you what evidence they believe will be presented during the penalty phase of this trial. As you know, what the lawyers say during opening statements is not evidence, and you are not to consider it as such. After the attorneys have had the opportunity to present their opening statements, the state and the defendant may present evidence. Witnesses may be called to testify under oath. If so, they will be examined and may be cross-examined by the attorneys. Documents and other exhibits also may be produced as evidence. This evidence, along with the evidence that you heard during the guilt phase of this trial, is presented for you to determine whether the state proved beyond a reasonable doubt the existence of the alleged aggravating factors. If so, you must weigh whether the proven aggravating factors are sufficient and whether the aggravating factors outweigh any mitigating circumstances the defendant proves by the greater weight of the evidence. Finally, you will decide whether the defendant should be sentenced to life in prison without the possibility of parole, or to death. At the conclusion of the evidence and after argument of counsel, you will be instructed on the law that will guide your deliberations. An aggravating factor is the only circumstance recognized by Florida law that could result in a defendant receiving the death penalty. An aggravating factor increases the gravity of a crime or the harm to a victim beyond the harm inherent in every first-degree murder. You must unanimously agree that an aggravating factor was proven beyond a reasonable doubt before it may be considered by you in arriving at your sentencing decision. The aggravating factors alleged by the state in this case as to both victims are: 1. As to both victims, that the defendant was contemporaneously convicted of another capital felony. This is based on the conviction as to the victim involved in the other count. As to both victims, the capital felony was committed for financial gain. That's number 2. Number 3, as to both victims, the first-degree murder was committed in a cold, calculated, and premeditated manner without any pretense of moral or legal justification. The term cold means the murder was the product of calm and cool reflection. The term calculated means having a careful plan or prearranged design to commit murder. A killing is premeditated if it occurs after the defendant consciously decides to kill. The decision must be present in the mind at the time of the killing. The law does not fix the exact period of time that must pass between the formation of the premeditated intent to kill and the killing. The period of time must be long enough to allow reflection by the defendant. The premeditated intent to kill must be formed before the killing. However, in order for this aggravating factor to apply, a heightened level of premeditation, demonstrated by a substantial period of reflection, is required. A pretense of moral or legal justification is any claim of justification or excuse that, though insufficient to reduce the degree of murder, nevertheless rebuts the otherwise cold, calculated, or premeditated nature of the murder. And aggravating factor number 4 relates only to count 2, the first-degree murder of the unborn child, and that is the victim of the capital felony was a person less than 12 years of age. Once the state has presented evidence of the existence of aggravating factors, victim impact evidence may be presented. Such evidence is only presented to demonstrate the victim's uniqueness as an individual and the loss to the community by the victim's death. However, victim impact evidence must not be considered by you as an aggravating factor. Mitigating circumstances. A mitigating circumstance can be anything that might indicate the death penalty is not appropriate for the defendant. It is not limited to the facts surrounding the crime. In other words, a mitigating circumstance may include any aspect of the defendant's character, background, or life, or any circumstance of the offense that may indicate the death penalty is not an appropriate sentence in this case. Whether a mitigating circumstance has been proven is an individual judgment by each juror. A mitigating circumstance need not be proven beyond a reasonable doubt, but must be proven by the greater weight of the evidence. After the evidence has been presented, the attorneys will have the opportunity to make their closing arguments. Following the closing arguments by the attorneys, the court will instruct you on the law. After the final instructions are given, the alternate jurors will be released, and you will begin your deliberations. You should not form any definite or fixed opinion until you've heard all the evidence, the arguments of the lawyers, and my instructions on the law. Once again, until that time, you should not discuss the case among yourselves or anyone else by any means whatsoever. Your decision must be based solely on the evidence or lack of evidence and the law. The same rules and procedures regarding your possession and use of cell phones apply to this phase of the trial as well. At the end of the case, while you are deliberating, you must not communicate with anyone outside the jury room, and you cannot have in the jury room any cell phones, computers, or other electronic devices other than those that we would provide to you as we did in the guilt phase. Once again, you must not conduct any investigation of your own. The same rules continue to apply. Just as in the guilt phase of this case, a defendant has the absolute right to remain silent. From the exercise of a defendant's right to remain silent, a jury is not permitted to draw any inference regarding the existence of an aggravating factor or an appropriate sentence, and the fact that a defendant did not take the witness stand must not influence your sentencing decision in any manner whatsoever. We now begin with the opening statements of the attorneys, and the state may proceed with its opening statement.
Morning, everyone. All right, so as you've already found the defendant guilty of first-degree murder of Tania Wise and first-degree murder of what would be her second son, the defendant's fifth child, Josiah Wise. And as the judge just explained to you, all of the evidence that was introduced during the guilt phase applies in the penalty phase. So all of the evidence that you learned, all of the testimony, that all applies in this case, and if you need to bring it, it'll go back with you again if you need it. So what is the first step that we talked about? And this goes back to jury selection. The state has to prove each of the aggravating factors beyond a reasonable doubt. And what you'll see when you go back and you think about the evidence that from the guilt phase applies to this case is that has all been proven. Each one of those have been proven by beyond a reasonable doubt. And the judge talked to you about 4 different factors. 3 of them apply to both victims. And when we talk about both counts are independent of themselves. The defendant can get a death sentence on both counts. He can get a death sentence on one or the other. He can get death for first-degree murder of an unborn child, or he can get the death sentence on just Tania Wise. He can get life on both counts. That's your decision. But what the evidence that was presented in this case already shows is that each and every one of those aggravating factors has already been proven beyond a reasonable doubt. And when you use your common sense, it's pretty clear. Because what's the first one? Contemporaneous, there's a capital conviction. Both of the murders you've already found him guilty of. That's what that factor is. It's been proven you've already found him guilty of both murders at the same time of both the victims. That factor's been proven beyond a reasonable doubt. What's the next one? Financial gain. How has that been proven? He told us, in the garbage truck, I'm going to lose everything. I'm going to lose it. He needs to stop this before he has another child. It's going to ruin his marriage. It's going to cost him money. There's a potential for there to be a separation. He's got a new child to take care of. He wanted to eliminate the possibility of his wife finding out in the existence of him having another child. He did this for a financial gain. He tells Eric Alvarado days and times over and over again, what is his situation? It's been proven beyond a reasonable doubt. The fourth one that applies to just the victim, once again, you use your common sense. You think about this, the victim was less than 12. We know the gestational age of the baby. She was 8 months pregnant. Once again, the evidence that's already been presented in this case proves that beyond a reasonable doubt. So when you go back there, the first step should be those three easily proven beyond a reasonable doubt. What is the last one? It was done in a cold and calculated and premeditated. And the judge, he defined those to you. Cold is a cool, calm reflection. Let's go back to the garbage truck video. He planned this out for days, over and over again. He drives around in his garbage truck discussing, should I do it this way? Should I blow her brains out? Should I choke her? Would it be easier to get it done with one blow and be done with this? They look at many different spots of where he's going to dump the body. Is anyone going to find her out here? He thinks about what her life is like. No one's going to be looking for her. He talks about how he's going to lure her out there. It's all been proven beyond a reasonable doubt. Any one of the four aggravating factors in and of itself can justify the death penalty if you go through the whole process and you follow the laws instructed by the judge. All four of them can, but each one is independent of itself, and the first step is, do you find that there are aggravating factors? And the evidence shows yes, all four of them are there. Now, do those aggravating factors justify the death penalty? Yes, I encourage you that they do. And when you go back and you look at all of the evidence in this case, you look at the aggravating factors, you consider the mitigating circumstances, the appropriate sentence is the death penalty in this case. Thank you.
Thank you. And the defense will do the push to make your opening statement at this time, Mr. Burns.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, good morning. Good morning. I have waited long to address you, but more about that later. The state will, I think, likely prove, probably already has, that this killing was done coldly and calculatedly and premeditatedly. I think they're going to prove that to you. So I think you probably will have an aggravator in your pocket. And I think regarding the victim, Josiah, who looked in the autopsy photos so much to me like a newborn baby, I think you're certainly going to find that he is under the age of 12. And this is the opportunity where I will tell you what the mitigators will be and what my witnesses will be and who they will be and what they will say. And I would love to tell you all about it, but I don't know. Since the conviction, many of my witnesses have melted away. They won't be here. Victims of their own moral cowardice, in my opinion. I could compel their appearance by subpoena, but I'm here to beg for a man's life, and I don't want people in the witness chair who don't want to help me do that. So I can't tell you exactly what's going to happen beyond this afternoon. This afternoon, I will present a witness. His name is Raul Banasco. He is an expert in prisons, in the Florida prison system. He's worked in Florida, he's worked in other states. And he will tell you about the prison system and how Jose will fit into it. If you do vote to condemn him to death, I think your knowledge and common sense tells you that he will exist as a prisoner for years until that happens. And if you should vote for life without possibility of parole, then he will exist in prison forever and ever. And Raul Banasco will tell you how that might be, so that you have a fuller picture there. You will also hear from a lady who knew Jose a long time ago, knew him well, knew him intimately. She will come in and testify. She, at least, is not afraid of what people on social media might say about her. She will come in difficult circumstances and tell you a little bit more about Jose. That's all I have for this afternoon. The judge mentioned travel problems. That's my witnesses. We have a problem wrangling them and getting them here from Connecticut. I do expect that we are going to have some of Jose's family members arrive this afternoon in Palm Beach. We will speak to them this evening. The state will have a chance to speak to them tomorrow, and you will hear from one or two or three or maybe all four of them tomorrow. I'm not sure how many are actually going to get on the plane. And so I don't want to leave you in a mystery. I wish I could tell you who's going to be here and what they're going to say, but you and I will learn together probably. But the thrust of the matter is that you will have plenty of mitigators to consider. And because I am missing witnesses, will probably alter and enlarge some portions of my intended argument that will be addressing what it might mean to you and how you will make your moral decision. As you have learned in jury selection, it's your own personal moral decision. I'm going to offer you, how about that, some guidance in that way. So you will hear some witnesses for the defense this afternoon. I think you will hear from some of Jose's family members tomorrow. And then I think you're going to be making your decision or retiring to deliberate about it at some point tomorrow. That's all I have for you right now. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Burns. And the state may proceed with its case.
Yes, sir. The people of the state of Florida call Elizabeth Bedolla.
If you stop right here, raise your right hand and face the clerk.
Do you swear or affirm that the evidence you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you.
Or without review, stand.
Good morning.
Good morning.
You've testified before, but go ahead and state your name for the record and spell your last name, please.
My name is Elizabeth Bedolla. It's Bedolla.
Okay. And again, just for the sake of clarity, go ahead and state your relationship with Tania Wise.
Tania was my daughter.
Okay. And did you prepare a written victim impact statement?
That's correct.
Okay, I'm going to show you what has been marked as Court's Exhibit Number 1. You recognize this statement?
Yes.
Is that the statement that you prepared for the jury today?
Yes.
Okay. When you feel like you're ready, please go ahead and read that statement to the jury, please.
My name is Elizabeth Bedolla, and I am the mother of Tania E. Wise and the grandmother of her unborn son, Josiah Thomas Wise. I am here to speak about the loss of my Tania and Josiah and how their death has forever changed my life and my family's life. Tania was lovable, caring, a devoted mother. She had a beautiful soul and was always willing to help and take care of her family. She enjoyed being a mother more than anything in the world. She loved spending time with her son Jamar, playing with him, cheering for him in all his events, and making sure he always felt loved and supported. Tania was so excited about becoming a mother again. She always spoke about giving birth and how great of a mother she would be once more. She had so many dreams for Jamar and Josiah, dreams of raising them, guiding them, creating happy life together. Those dreams were stolen from her, from us, from the child who will never have a chance to grow up with his loving mother. Every memory with Tania was special. I clearly remember the last time we were together as a family. Her stepdad, her son, Tania, and I went to the beach. We laughed, we played, we had so much fun. It was one of the happiest days we had together, and I will cherish it forever. Another beautiful moment that I remember was her baby shower, surrounded by family, celebrating new life that we were waiting for to welcome. Those were the last 2 times we had with Tania. That were memories I will hold on in my heart for the rest of my life. The emotional impact of losing my Tania and Josiah, it's unbearable. I cannot sleep at night. When I do, the nightmares are horrific. Birthdays, holidays, and even simple dinners bring so much emptiness, loneliness, and pain because she's not there. I'm unable to function properly at work or in my daily life. I miss her so much. My baby girl. She was my baby girl, my only girl. And losing her has broke me in many ways I cannot explain. The grief is overwhelming. I live in constant pain, not only in my body, but also in my heart. A heart that never goes away. It never goes away. I'm angry. I'm angry because I don't have Tania and Josiah here with me to love and joy and share my life with every day. They should have been here. Instead, I'm left with grief, sadness, and memories. That anger is part of my pain, and it will never leave me. I still have problems accepting that she's gone. I catch myself thinking that she will be here with us tomorrow, and that I hear her voice or see her smile. But tomorrow comes, and she's still not there. That reality is crushing, and it's something that I struggle with for the rest of my life. Her son, Jamar, who was only 8 years old at the time of her mother's murder, misses his mom every single day. The sadness and the trauma that this has caused him is something no child should ever have to carry. Jamar struggled with the loss deeply, and it breaks my heart to see him growing up without his mother's love, guidance, and presence in his life. Our house was one full of laughter and energy, and it's now quiet. Tania was the life of our home, with her smile, her joy, and the way she played all around with Jamar. Now the light is gone, and our home feels dark and empty without her. The pain is not mine alone. Tania's stepfather, her son, brothers, grandparents, aunt, uncle, and cousins are all suffering as well. Many of us are battling depression, trauma, PTSD because of this tragedy. Our entire family has shattered, and the weight of the grief follows us every single day. The stress of losing Tania and Josiah has also affected my health. I have a heart condition. It has grown worse because of the grief and the stress I carry every day. This tragedy has taken a serious toll on my body, broken, and has also broken my spirit. And it's not just me, it has also taken physical and emotional impact on our son, Jamar. I grapple daily with the loss of Tania, his mother. I wonder how the future will be. And I wonder how Jamar will grow up without Tania, and how our family will find a way to live with this emptiness. Nothing feels certain anymore without her. The future we imagine is gone, and we're left trying to survive in a world that feels hopeless and broken. Tania has already missed so much, and she will continue to miss every important milestone in Jamar's life. She will not be there for his accomplishments, his graduation, even his wedding day one day. She will never get a chance to hold her grandchild. These are moments that should have been hers as a mother, but they have been stolen from her and from all of us. Nothing can bring Tania and Josiah back. The future we dreamed of, the milestones, the celebrations, the simple everyday moments have been stolen from us. I will never see my daughter raise her children. I will never see my daughter raise her children, and I will never get to hold my grandson. Our loss is permanent, and it has changed me and my family forever. The death of her pain and devastating impact of this crime has had on me and my family the most important, but most importantly, my grandson, who will now be condemned into a life without a mother, is simply unfathomable. We will live with this grief for the rest of our life. What happened to my Tania and Josiah will affect me forever, and I don't know how to live without her. She was my baby girl, my only girl. I will carry this pain every single day of my life. Nothing will ever take away this grief, the anger and the emptiness that their loss has left me behind. In the end, two innocent lives have been stolen from us, and we will never fully recover from this loss.
Ma'am, I want to show you what has been marked as court exhibit, photo composites, court exhibit number 1. Are these 30 photographs of Tania that show her throughout her life? And do all these photos show Tanya at various stages of her life?
Yes.
Your Honor, permission to publish?
Any objection to introducing the item and publishing it?
No, Your Honor.
Those items will be introduced into evidence and published. And you may step down. And the state's next witness.
Yes, sir. The people say the Florida called Tracy Hamill.
Tracy Hamill.
Let's see. Hold on.
Tracy Hamill.
Does she need to be sworn?
I don't know what your, I don't know who the witness is or what your plan is, so it depends on.
Victim advocate who's going to read several victim impact
Okay,
statements.
so I'm not, she would not be sworn at this time. She's going to simply be reading a statement of another person, okay?
Yes, sir.
It's not sworn testimony. She can simply read the document.
Ma'am, can you state your name for the record and spell your last name?
Tracy Hamill, Hamel.
Okay, and what do you do for a living?
I'm a victim's advocate at the state attorney's office.
Okay, and as part of your duties as a victim's advocate, do you sometimes read prepared statements for those people who may not be in an emotional position to do so for themselves?
Yes.
Okay, I'm going to show you what has been marked as Court's Exhibit Number 2 for identification purposes. Do you recognize this?
Yes.
Okay. What is that?
This is Lenora Bedola's victim impact statement.
Okay. Can you go ahead and please read that to the jury?
Yes. My name is Lenora Bedola. I am Tanya's stepsister, as well as her best friend. I am here to speak on behalf of myself, my family, and the loss we have all suffered since Tanya and her unborn child Josiah were taken from us. Tanya was a loving mother, a hard-working woman, and a bright light in all of our lives. She had an incredible sense of humor that made everyone around her feel at ease. She was so smart and resourceful, always looking out for others and putting them first. But above all, Tania was my safe person. She was the one that I could confide in, the one who always knew how to make me laugh or comfort me when I was struggling. I told her everything, my joys, my worries, my fears. Not being able to speak to her anymore has left a hole in my heart that nothing can fill. Since her death, I have cried every day. I wake up with the ache of her absence, knowing that my kids will never get to spend time with their TT Tiny. We won't be able to go to the beach together again or share simple moments like going to the mall or eating out with our kids. I moved to Florida for the summer just to be closer to her, hoping we could make more memories, and now I'm left with the empty space she once filled so effortlessly. The pain of not having her here is unbearable. I miss the small things, the smell of her hair when she got out of the shower, her smile, and the warmth of her hugs. These are things I will never get to experience again, and it hurts more than I can express. Life is not the same without Tania. It will never be the same. There is a constant weight of sadness in everything I do, and I feel lost without her by my side. She was a part of my everyday, and now that part is gone. This profound loss that has shattered our family. Tania was not just a victim of this crime. She was a daughter, a mother, a sister, and a friend. Josiah, her unborn child, was a life we all looked forward to, and his loss is felt deeply. We are left behind with an emptiness that words can barely capture. I will carry the pain of losing Tania with me for the rest of my life, but I will also carry the love she gave. She was taken from us far too soon, and nothing will ever fill the void she has left.
Thank you. I'm going to show you what's been marked as court exhibit number 3. Do you recognize this document?
Yes, I do.
What is that?
This is the victim impact statement from Michael Reveron.
Okay. Can you go ahead, please read that when you're ready?
Yes. My name is Michael Reveron, and I am the proud older brother of Tania Wise. Tania wasn't just my sister. She was one of the strongest, most caring people I've ever known. She had this rare gift of being the life of the party wherever she went. Her laugh was loud, her smile was real, and she had a way of lighting up a room just by walking in. But beyond all the fun and energy, she had a heart full of love for her family and friends. Even though I was the older brother, Tania always acted like she was my second mom. She looked out for me in ways I didn't always notice at the time, but I feel every day now. She would show up at my job just to take me out to lunch. She would also come to my job just to spend time with me, sometimes staying for hours just to talk, laugh, and be together. She always offered support, encouragement, or simply a listening ear whenever I needed it. Some of my favorite memories are the simple ones. We used to go to the movies together, just me, Tania, and my nephew Jamar. We'd laugh, share snacks, and just enjoy being around each other. That was our thing. It was peaceful. It was fun. Birthdays and holidays still feel empty, even after all these years without her laughter and presence. What used to be moments of joy are now constant reminders of what we have lost. Losing Tania has left me broken in ways that are hard to write. I feel anger, sadness, and emptiness all at once. I feel like a part of me is missing. I struggle to focus and to move forward because so much of my strength and happiness came from her. Even as her older brother, she made me feel grounded. Some days I find myself grabbing my phone trying to call her to tell her about my day. On top of the grief, I now live with PTSD, depression, anxiety, and nightmares because of what happened to her. I relive the pain over and over in my mind, and some nights I wake up shaking and crying. It has taken a serious toll on my mental health, my sleep, and my ability to function day to day. The future has been forever changed without Tania. I think about all the milestones she will never get to experience. She will never see her nieces and nephews grow up or witness all the things they will accomplish. She will never meet her grandchild. She will miss the wedding we always joked I'd never have. I will never get to meet my unborn nephew or see all the great things he would have done. For me, I will never again have my sister, best friend to share memories with or to laugh with. Her absence leaves a void in my life that can never be filled. I hope that by sharing who Tania was and how she lived, that the court understands the depth of loss. We're not just grieving her absence, we're grieving everything she would have continued to be: a loving mother, a joyful sister, a loyal friend, and a light in our lives. This isn't just about the life that was taken from Tania and my unborn nephew, but the lasting impact their loss has had on me, my family, and all who love them. No words can fully capture the pain, emptiness, and grief we carry every day. Depth of our loss knows no bottom or end.
And I'm going to show you what has been marked as Court Exhibit 4. Do you recognize this document?
Yes, I do.
What is that?
It's the victim impact statement for Reyes Bedolla.
Okay, and when you're ready, can you go ahead and read that quickly, please?
My name is Reyes Bedolla. I am the stepfather of Tania Wise and the grandfather of her unborn son, Josiah Thomas Wise. I would like to talk about how much I miss them and how hard it is to live without them. Tania was amazing, funny, helpful. She was a bundle of joy. She was a loving, caring, and devoted mother who loved to play around with her son. Everywhere she went, she would smile. She was always there giving a helping hand to the family. She touched everyone with her kindness. We had built a strong bond. I knew her dream and what she wanted to do with her life, and I was going to be there every step of the way to support her. Her life was about her children and raising them. Losing her in this way has left me with a pain that never ends. I looked forward to welcoming my grandson Josiah into the world, but am now heartbroken as I have to come to terms with the fact that this will never happen. All I am left with are dreams of what he would be like today. Every time I see somebody else with a child, I imagine my beloved grandson and wonder about the things that could have been. I would have loved to watch Josiah take his first steps, play sports, and grow into a man. I will never hold him, play with him, or even spoil him, and he will never call Grandpa. I am so hurt my life will never be the same. I am raising Tania's son Jamar, and I see how he suffers for his mother. This emptiness that my family and I can never be filled. I ask myself, why are Tania and Josiah? We struggle to move forward every day. I remember going to the beach with my wife, Tania, and her son Jamar. It was all about spending quality time together, and we all planned our future. Our conversation were all about family. I don't have this anymore. I have never been able to go back to a fun day at the beach as our family feels like we are not complete and are broken, and we are trying to piece it together to continue our next day. Our family is struggling to move forward while trying to honor their memory. Nothing will ever be the same.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you. And the people of the state of Florida call Johnny Reveron.
So if you raise your right hand and face the clerk.
Please swear or affirm that the evidence you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Yes, ma'am. Morning.
Good morning.
Can you state your name for the record and spell your last name, please?
Yes, it's Johnny Reveron. Last name is Reveron.
Okay, and did you know Tania Wise?
Yes, she was my sister.
Your sister, okay. I'm going to show you what's been marked as court exhibit number 5. Do you recognize this?
Yes, sir.
Okay, is that the statement you prepared?
Yes, sir.
Okay, when you're ready, go ahead and read that to the jury.
Yes, sir. My name is Johnny Reveron. I am Tania's older brother. I stand before you today to speak not only for myself, but for my family and for Tania's unborn child, who was never given a chance at life. The loss of my sister has devastated every part of my life. Tania was not just my sister. She was my friend, a piece of my heart. She was carrying her child with such joy and anticipation. That child should be here with us, loved and cherished. But this life was taken before it even began. Just a month before this tragedy, Tania and I spoke after she started working at the same company where I work. We talked about her excitement for this new chapter and how much she was looking forward to building her future. I never imagined that it would be one of the last meaningful conversations I'd have with her. Since her murder, my world has been turned upside down. I wake up every day with a heavy heart, knowing I may never hear Tania's laugh, see her smile, or share the simple everyday moments that brothers and sisters are supposed to have. Holidays, birthdays, and family moments are now filled with pain because Tania and her baby should be here with us. This tragedy has not only caused unbearable emotional pain, it's left lasting scars on my family's sense of security, stability, and peace. I struggle with grief, anger, and unanswered questions. I have lost sleep. I have lost hope. And I will carry this pain for the rest of my life. Tania and her baby deserve to live. They deserved a future full of love and opportunity. Instead, what remains is a permanent void in my heart and in my family's life. Thank you for allowing me to share on how much I miss my sister.
Thank you. Thank you, sir. Thank you. People in the state of Florida call Yaritza Irizarry.
Just raise your right hand if this
Please swear or affirm that the evidence you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
I do.
Thank you.
and for the witness.
Morning.
Good morning.
Can you state your name for the record and spell both your first and your last name, please?
Jurita Irizarry, Jaritza. Last name Irizarry.
Okay. And did you know Tania Wise?
Yes, she was my niece.
Okay. And I'm going to show you what has been marked as court exhibit number 6. Do you recognize that document?
Yes, I do.
Okay, is that the statement that you prepared to deliver to the jury?
Yes.
Okay, when you're ready, go ahead and read that to the jury, please.
Your Honor, my name is Jurita Irizarry, and I am the aunt of Tania. To me, she was more than a niece. She was like a daughter. Tania was beautiful, loving young woman whose life was taken from us in the most painful and senseless way. Her death has left us a permanent hole in my heart and in the heart of my family. Tania was a devoted mother. She loved her son Jamar with everything she had, and she was overjoyed to be pregnant with another baby Josiah. Not long
before her murder, I hosted her baby shower. I could still picture that day, glowing with happiness, surrounded by her family, smiling as she opened gifts for her new baby. She was so full of hope for the future, so excited about raising her children, and so ready to begin a new chapter of her life. But that joy and that future were stolen from her, from Jamar, from all of us. Jamar has to grow up without his mother, and Josiah never even had the chance to take his first breath. Her loss has shattered our entire family. My sister, her mother, is broken. No parent should ever have to bury their child, and watching her live with this pain has been unbearable. Every holiday, every birthday, every family gathering feels incomplete without Tania. There is always an empty chair and a silence where her laughter should be. For me, it's the everyday moments I miss the most. We shared so many simple joys together, taking the kids to the beach, going shopping, eating out, or just cooking her favorite meal. I miss sitting with her, talking and joking around. She had this way of making everything seem better. No matter what I was going through, at times I wanted to pick up the phone and call her to tell her everything, like what I always did. But now there is only a silence. Those ordinary times that once brought me comfort and happiness now feel heavy and empty without her. The pain of losing Tania has affected me deeply, both emotionally and physically. I cry without warning. I struggle to focus, to find joy in the things I once loved. I suffer from sleepless nights, nightmares, and anxiety. The grief sits in my body like a weight, leaving me exhausted and drained. A part of me died with her, and I will never be the same. The crime didn't just take one life, it took two. Tania's life was taken, and so was baby Josiah's before he ever had the chance to live. Jamar lost his mother, my sister lost her daughter, and I lost someone who was like my own child. Our family has been torn apart, and the pain we carry will never go away. Respectfully, Jose Soto-Escalera.
Thank you. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you. And people will say Florida called Jamar Bedolla Wise.
So if you can raise your right hand, please, please.
Do you swear affirm that the evidence you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you.
Hand over that way to witness.
Morning. Can you state your name for the record and spell your last name, please?
Jamar Bedolla, Bedolla.
Okay. And what is your relationship to Tania Wise?
She was my mother.
Okay. I'm going to show you what has been marked as Court's Exhibit number 7 for identification purposes. Do you recognize that?
Yes, I do.
Okay. Is that the statement that you prepared?
Yes.
Okay. When you're ready, can you go ahead and please read that to the jury?
Hello, I'm Jamar, and I'm the son of Tania Esther Wise, who was taken from us. My mother was the closest person to me, and she was like my best friend. Also, she was always there for me. I'm here to share a few to honor my mother and talk about how I was affected. Ever since that day, ever since that day, there have been many different ways that I've been affected emotionally. For example, I've developed depression, sleeping problems, and anxiety. Losing her made me grow faster than I should have. I used to hide my pain and try dealing with it on my own, and to protect myself from getting hurt more than I was, and I didn't like talking about what was wrong with me. Every day, I think about how she won't be able to see what I've accomplished and what I will accomplish in the future. She's already missed some of my milestones that I've reached, and I think that she would have been proud of them. I wish that she could have met my first girlfriend and watched me perform in my musical performances for my school. I'm in marching band. My mom was also musically inclined. She played the clarinet, and I hope that she would be proud of who I've become. On that day, I've lost more than a mother. I also lost the chance to have my mother watch me grow, and I hope that she's proud of me for coming here and talking about how this has affected me. I choose to honor my mother because she was one of the most, if not the most important people who has been in my life.
Thank you.
That will conclude the evidence from the state.
Members of the jury, that concludes the state's part of the evidentiary portion of this penalty phase. As I mentioned, we're going to break at this time till 1 o'clock. Please remember the rules regarding communication. Don't discuss this case with anyone, including your fellow jurors. Enjoy your lunch, and we'll reconvene at 1 o'clock. And please leave your notes on your chairs.
I have something. I know the state for the photos composite was 1, but I already had a 1. Can this be 1A? Can I make this 1A?
What was 1?
1 was her Ms. Bedola's statement, impact statement.
Yes. We're going to make it 1A. Now, some of these items I think came into evidence, but some were just court's exhibits. Is that right?
Yeah, all of them.
They're all court's exhibits. So, what I mentioned before, as far as the other one coming into evidence, just strike that. They'll all be court's exhibits. Okay. All right. And anything else for us to take before we break and come back at 1 o'clock?
Not from the defense, Judge.
Okay.
Nothing from the
State.
state.
All right. We'll see you at 1 o'clock, and we have the Zoom working. I emailed you the message about the interpreter being here tomorrow. She's going to be here, Miss
Thank you.
Valadier, so that should not be a problem at 8:30. And enjoy your lunch. We'll see you at 1 o'clock.
All of these was admitted.
Trying to sort it out here. We got Super Ball making her presence known. All right, that was pretty rough, as they always are. I don't know any victim impact statements that are not emotional, but they're breaking until 1 o'clock. So we'll go over. The state opening came in, said all testimony from the guilt phase applies now. So capital conviction, financial gain, less than 12, which obviously goes to the unborn child. and cold, calculated, and premeditated. So those are the items that they need to address. They do need to be unanimous on the aggravating factors. So they do need to be. Judge said they need to be unanimous on the aggravating factors. But then 8-4 if they go with the DP 8-4. So then this defense gets up, and Mr. Burns, I'm not sure where he's coming from, but he's like, I would love to tell you who's going to testify, but I can't. He says it's due to their cowardice. He talks about Raul Damasco, who's an expert in the prison system. He's going to come and talk later. That's why we're on break right now. He says he's got a woman who's a friend of Jose's. She's not afraid of what people are saying about her on social media, so she's going to come in and testify. He says we're having trouble wrangling Jose's family from Connecticut, so not sure who's going to be able to get on the plane and get here. Very, very, very interesting opening from the defense. Then we get to the state witness impact statements. We have Elizabeth Bodello, or Bedolla, I should say Bedolla. She's the mother. Then we have Tracy Hamill, who we've seen sitting with Elizabeth the entire time. And we thought she's either a really, really close friend of the family or she's a victim advocate. So it ends up she's the victim advocate. She read Lenora Bedolla's, which is Tanya's stepsister. She read Michael Reveron, which is the proud older brother. I thought that was really nice. And then Reyes Bedolla, who is the stepfather. Then we heard from Johnny Reveron, who is also an older brother, Jaritza Arizara, who is her aunt, and then Jamar, who is his son, or her son, Tanya's son. So, quite the emotional, morning, that's for sure. Well, no one ever said trials were easy, that is for sure. So, all right. Northwest Connecticut family apparently has no internet access. They don't know the trial details. Yeah, they said Mr. Fuentes, who is the investigator detective on Friday, said they have they're very not computer savvy. Don't know how to operate a kiosk at an airplane, airport, I should say. Can't order tickets. They're also dealing with a paraplegic son, so they have limitations there, or they have to figure out, they have to figure that out. Yeah, they don't have cell phones, I believe, even, or if they do, they're, maybe they're not smartphones, if that. So, Hey, Joanne. Good to see you. Thank you for joining us. Sharon says, loss always takes away bricks from our walls of protection to our hearts. Lori says, there's no redemption for this guy. I would just tell them to stay home. Kathy saying, not making up stuff to say in court is not coward, it's honest. Woke, are they Amish? I don't know. They don't speak English, which is one thing, so there's a language barrier. But I don't know if they just live off the grid, if they're, just not computer savvy by choice. I really don't know. I don't know what their deal is. They were saying that they could get his father from Puerto Rico here faster than they could get the family from Connecticut. And actually, that's probably the case. They could probably get a faster flight from Puerto Rico to like West Palm or Miami, and then shuttle them up to Fort Pierce. It's 3-4 hour drive, but they're going to be driving 3 hours to LaGuardia, and then sitting on a plane for 3 or 4 hours. Maybe they might make a direct flight. Everything we were checking, they were They were connecting flights. So, all right, well, now we know they're leaving at 3. So let's see. Let's check it out. Flights from LaGuardia to Fort Pierce. Let's see. Yep, Saturday, October 25th? I don't think so. Sure. Because October 25th is when I want to... I mean, seriously? No. No, I want to... What? Why are they showing me October? There are no flights... Oh, here, September 24th. Returning... returning September, say, 28th even. All right. Nonstop. All right, there's one. There actually are 2 nonstops. And they both leave at 2:56, so that's the 3 o'clock flight. Delta and JetBlue. Delta is $273. JetBlue is $367. So LaGuardia. Oh, wait, that's Sunday. Hold on. What's today? Today's Wednesday. Why does it keep going to October? No, I do not want October. Come on. Returning, we'll say Saturday even. Okay, this goes up a lot. $923. That's leaving Wednesday, leaving today, going back home on Friday. If I change it to Saturday, it goes multiple airlines. Oh, it just says 3 hours. Doesn't say when. $844. Let me see if I can find a flight that leaves at 3 o'clock. Okay, here, Delta. Delta leaves at 3:05. See, that goes down to Palm Beach. That goes to Palm Beach. So did they say they were going in? That's right. He said they were going into Palm. They said they were going to West Palm. All right, so this must be it. It's Delta flying into Palm Beach, PBI, and it leaves at 3:05, gets in at 6:06. So he did. The defense did say they were flying into West Palm. So $844 round trip. So they said that they have the, but that's if you left Wednesday and go back on Saturday. If they stay until Sunday, $854. It's still well over $800. So. Let's see. JRN, you know this is the best channel ever when the host finds the price and times of airport tickets. Well, we need to know these things, right? We need to know these things. Now that we have the data, states have special government ticket prices, Northwest says. They did say it was taken care of. They said they did say it was taken care of, meaning the pricing. Deviant, how much from Australia? Give me an airport. Give me an airport. Change airport. Sydney? Melbourne? How about Sydney? No, not. How about Sydney? Sydney Airport. Sydney to Fort Pierce. No nonstop flights. Okay, let's check any number of stops. Let's try that. All right, Thursday, so Thursday, September 25th through Sunday. Sydney to Fort Pierce. Wow, only $860. It's the same to come... That makes no sense. It's the same to come from Sydney as it is to come from LaGuardia? $860? That's pretty... Deviant won't make it in time. Adelaide? All right. Or Sydney. Okay, well, Aussie, Sydney... Excuse me. All right, let me try this. Search. All right, Sydney going into LAX and then into Newark. Oh, it's not even coming into... it's going into... Sydney... Oh, into... Oh, hold on a sec. That's saying going into LAX. Sydney to Palm Beach. 2 stops, LAX and then Atlanta, 1,360. And then here's one, United. You leave at 9:30 in the morning and you arrive at 9:33 at night. 26-hour flight, 2 stops. Okay, so you stop off in LA and then Newark. So that one's only $860 round trip. All right, so that's Sydney. So Aussie, you could get here in 26 hours. All right, then Adelaide. Let's check Adelaide. Let me see Adelaide. 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 From Adelaide to Palm Beach, 3 stops: Sydney, LAX, and then Newark. That's $1,600 round trip. You would leave. It's a 39-hour trip. So that's Virgin Australia. And then Qantas has 2 stops. You'd have to stop off at Sydney and then DFW. I'm not sure what is DFW. Oh, Dallas-Fort Worth. All right, so you have to stop off at Dallas-Fort Worth. Islip to Vero Beach. Crunchy Frog wants Islip to Vero Beach. All right, let's see. Islip. Islip to Vero. Vero Beach. Yeah, Verona. That sounds nice, right? All right. Leave today. If you left today and you went back on Saturday, Frontier, nonstop, $240. 2 hours, 57 minutes via Frontier. I'm not sure if I'd want to go with Frontier, but it's only $240. That's pretty good. That's pretty good. That leaves at 11:30. So you'd have to get there in an hour. Well, half an hour. Richard, I could fly from Dallas to New York for far less than to Nashville, where your daughter went to college, right? Denny Don, good to see you. He doesn't even care. He still thinks he's going to get out of this later after the trial. He doesn't care what he did to that poor girl and unborn child. He still has attitude in the defense. There you go, JRN. Deviant, just swim. Marentia, is that how you say your name, Marentia? Right. Podcaster, guitar player, travel agent, cat wrangler, yammering peanut wrangler. All right, Cape Town. All right, let's see, Cape Town. Let's see here. Cape Town, Africa to Fort Pierce. Wow, no matching. Let me try West Palm. All right, West Palm Beach. $3,147. I'm not sure what that translates, but $3,000. You'd have to leave at 11:15. It's a 25-hour flight with 2 stops. One in Amsterdam and then one in Boston. So. Then he says they should never say their names as putting them at risk for people coming after them because the verdict. He was mentioning many names throughout this trial. That's not the first time. Brummy, how about from Heathrow? Let's see. Heathrow to West Palm. Let's see. Heathrow. British Airways, of course. 2 stops, one in Boston, one in D.C. 20-hour flight. Oof. $1,000. So I'm not sure what that translates to pounds, but you'd have to leave at 8 o'clock. Now that's coming in, that's leaving today and going back on Saturday. Oh my gosh, they have another one from Iceland. Well, Iceland, it's a 43-hour flight. You'd have to stop off at Keflavik. You'd have to go to Keflavik and then to Orlando. So you'd have to go, that's Iceland Air. I love that name. Keflavik. I know. I know, right? Wait, JR, should I start taking lunch orders now? Do you want me to start taking lunch orders, chat? Woke. I think we're going down a rabbit hole here. You think? Nomad. You miss Boston? Missy says Qantas has me with the kangaroo on the tail. You filmed them once. Nice. You'd have to put me in a coma for a 40-hour trip. Yeah, that's, might as well take a boat. How far, Heathrow? What was Heathrow? 20 hours. That's on British. You go to Boston and then DC. That's leaving Wednesday and coming back on Saturday. $1,000. So whatever that is in pounds. British Airways, leaving at 8 o'clock tonight, getting in at 11 o'clock the next morning. 20-hour flight. It was a joke. The yammering peanuts would like pizza. Oh, salmon, please. You guys are funny. Danny, yeah, no, I know. It's very ironic. The judge is like admonishing the court camera operator, but then he's just letting out their names left and right. Sally, I'll have some peanuts and a martini. Duke, you live in Boston 4 blocks from Fenway. Nice. I have been to Boston several times. I've never been to Fenway, though. That was I would like to go to Fenway at some point. He throws. That plane threw over my head. So 1,000 is 744 pounds. Sally, if you have a long layover, you could do some sightseeing. True. You're not on the plane all that time. London to Florida is around 8 hours. Yeah, I went from New York to London as well, and that was like 8-hour flight. But I guess you have the time change and all that stuff. But these were layovers. These weren't direct flights. Nicola, these are layovers. So who knows how long these who knows how long these layovers are at Boston? It could be a 5-hour layover, 10-hour layover. Who knows? You don't know how long the layovers are. Fenway's a lot of fun. It's like, is it Wrigley the oldest or Fenway? Which one's the oldest one? Let's see, baseball. We're gonna talk sports now. Baseball parks, age. Baseball stadiums. List of current major baseball stadiums. All right. No, I want them in. I don't want that. I want the ages of them. Here we go. Every ballpark from oldest to newest. This is what I want. Fenway. First game was 1912, and then Wrigley is 1914. So, I wasn't sure which was older, Wrigley or Fenway. I've been outside Wrigley. I never actually went in, but I was visiting, and a friend lived like right there. That always blows my mind. I mean, she was like right there. So, all right. Oh, Rex just made some scrambled eggs with nooch. If you know, you know. Leave it to us to construct your future resumes. The yammering peanuts. JR, and what would I do without you guys? Oh, no, don't go near Super Bowl. She's being mean today. Little dude, stay over here. Trixie, thanks for planning your next vacation. Joanne, your longest flight with layovers was 29 hours. I think my longest was, well, if you're coming from Australia, I can imagine, yeah, to the States. But my longest layover? My longest flight, I always try to get direct. I hate layovers. When I'm in the plane, I just want to go up and land. I don't want to have to do that 2 or 3 times. So I try to get direct flights. Yes, they're more expensive, but I'm always willing to pay an extra whatever. I mean, obviously within reason. But I'm always willing to pay an extra $100 so I don't have to do a layover. But I have done layovers, of course. Not too bad, maybe a couple hours here and there. And the longest flight I think I've been on was maybe 8 to 9 hours, 10 hours. You know. So again, not too bad. This conversation is making your ADHD happy. I enjoy jumping from topic to topic as it keeps your brain active. Skybell says, from Germany to Mallorca? What's Mallorca? What is Mallorca? Is that in Spain? Mallorca. Is it Mallorca? Wait a minute. So are you saying Mallorca? It says Mallorca or Mallorca. Is that what it is? Sally says, went to Fenway Park. It is a party on the streets. Duke, your father was a ticket seller at Fenway for his second job. That's cool. Let's see. Yes, it was with an I, though. Kafavik, in case anyone was curious. The nooch, yes, nutritional yeast. Nutritional yeast. Dwayne was born in 1912. That's pretty funny, Dwayne. Allie B. 2 eggs, spoonful of cottage cheese, and fry it. Oh, from China to the U.S. Okay. That's pretty far. Yeah, layovers are your nemesis. You don't care if it's a flight to Venus. I'm not laying over. Yeah, I hear you. I hear you, Rex. Yes, Mallorca. Nessie. That's what I think it is. But I guess it's both. Denny Dawn, if I were his ex, I would want to come and make it clear that she had nothing to do with this, like defense tried to make it out to be, but I get that she would want to stay clear because, yeah, defense will call her. Skybell, it is Spain. Yeah, that's what I thought. That's what I figured. I'm sure that's a really pleasant train ride. Nutritional yeast is good. Tastes like cheese. Yeah, a lot of people use it as a cheese substitute. Aaron makes this cashew dip. Oh, fantastic. You can make, you put it on popcorn. It's basically like a cheese substitute. Definitely worth checking out. Denny Don, yep, listening to defense on their opening, he annoys me so much, and now he's blaming the witness, call them cowards or something to the effect. Yeah, I said due to their cowardice. Yeah, due to their cowardice. Because they're afraid to they're afraid to testify because of the yammering on social media. Go figure. You can turn that off. Let's see. Nessie says, this channel always makes me hungry. Well, we do tend to talk about food a lot here, which is fine. We like to cook. Aaron and I both love to cook. We also talk about music a lot. But yeah, we talk a lot about cooking. Psychosaurus, nooch is great on eggs with some Cholula or Tapatio, and only hot sauces, full stop. Denny Dawn says, why didn't the state put more on than when they did if they want him to get the DP? Why did they not put more on? Well, they said, as you know, in their openings, all the testimony from the guilt phase applies. So, so they're not going to like retry the case again. So they're basically just saying, look at all the testimony. So everything from the garbage truck, from the Waste Pro truck, his cell phone data, the fact that he's 99.99999% the baby's father. I would say those things. Meaning that's why they didn't say it again, because they've already talked about it. So they're not going to present their case again. They're just saying, everything, all the testimony from the guilt phase applies now. So that's probably why they didn't put on more. Duke, you never heard Jack White until 6 months ago? Dude, where have you been? I'm only kidding. I'm glad that you've discovered Jack White and the White Stripes. Jack and Meg. Let's see. I forgot a 9. What does that mean? I forgot a 9. I need more context. I forgot a 9. Give me more context on that. Dwayne, I love getting the train from Windsor, Ontario to Toronto. Nice. Chris says, Psychosaurus Rex, you don't like cilantro either? Pushing the friendship borderline, lady. Oh, okay. Gotcha. There were 10 9s. Are there 10 9s there? I think you forgot a few. I only see 6. You forgot 4 yourself there, buddy. Stream seems to be yammering in and out. Yeah. They're doing construction in our area. I don't know if that's affecting. I don't know. Our Comcast seems to be very, very tenuous at best sometimes. Some days, some weeks, it's perfect, no problems whatsoever. And other days, it's just throw it out the window. Cindy, today is National Cherries Jubilee Day. Duke City, right, I'm 73 and not the most savvy musical person. Thanks for asking where I've been. I appreciate that. Sorry, Duke. I do tend to assume everybody knows. If I know a band, I assume everybody knows the band. So that's my bad. I'll take full ownership of that. So sorry. Psychosaurus, I have that weird gene that makes cilantro taste like soap. So technically, it's not your fault. Yes. Hallie B, I might as well squirt soap on my food if I had cilantro. I ordered Chipotle once and threw it in the trash. Wait, hold on. Woke is not a fan of cilantro oak capers. Richard, I love cilantro, especially in your rooster beak. All right, Moonchild. I attempt to have half a whole avocado daily. Last Tuesday, I had a colonoscopy. I can't say that word right now. So now I really have to eat more avocados, which I love so much. And I'm not talking guacamole either. Yeah, I usually have one every night with my dinner. I'll either have a whole avocado or split one with Erin if she's in the mood. Virtuous says, Duke, 73 years is young. Good for you. Duke loves roast turkey and green chili with cilantro. I'm okay with cilantro. I don't really cook with it that often, but I'm okay. Daisy, I used to love cilantro, but then had a severe allergic reaction that really screwed up my tongue. Wow. A lot of stuff tastes like garbage. Cilantro is supposed to take out like hard metals, right? Isn't that the thing? Cilantro benefits. I thought it was supposed to take out hard metals. Antioxidant, anti-inflammatory, antimicrobial properties. It contains flavonoids, polyphenols, and vitamins. Can help protect against chronic diseases, supports heart health, promotes brain function. Maintains healthy arteries. It's rich in folates. Brain function, helps prevent against neurodegenerative diseases. Combats anxiety. It reduces seizures. It enhances memories. Oh boy, I gotta take that. I gotta start taking cilantro. Reduces cholesterol and triglycerides. Lowers blood pressure. Prevents blood clots. Fights free radicals. Reduces inflammation. It supports skin health. I think I'm going to buy a bunch of cilantro this weekend. Lowers blood sugar levels, protects against diabetes, fights infections, aids detoxification. Here, this is what, it contains compounds that can bind to metals in lab settings and may help support the body's detoxification process. That's what I remember, because we eat so many, just unknowingly, we have so many metals in our, just in everyday life, right? That's the one thing I remember, is that it helps get the metals out of your system. All right. Yeah, Nomad, I'm telling you. Combats anxiety. Studies on animals have shown that cilantro extracts can have a sedative effect, reducing anxiety symptoms. It reduces seizures, protects against neurodegenerative diseases like Alzheimer's, Parkinson's, enhances memory. Some animal studies suggest that adding cilantro leaves to the diet may improve memory. All right. I am getting some cilantro this weekend. Denny Dawn says they never think about how much this shatters the family of these. Yeah, no, I know. It's are you saying the perpetrator, the defendant? Yeah, of course. If that's what you're saying, then yes. Chris says so many foods help our bodies. Yeah. I mean, yeah. How many times have you heard we are what we eat? I always think of it back to like a car, like we're an engine. You put good gas in your engine, your car's going to run fine. You put, you put gas full of salt or sugar or dirt or whatever it is, your body's going to be sluggish. So absolutely many things can be healed by just having a proper diet. And it's not so much what you eat, which of course it is, it's what you don't eat. For me, that's what I've discovered. Yep, they're called superfoods. Get it dry, throw it in cooking, it helps hide it. See, Gilmore, you're going to Cabo next week and you're allergic to cilantro. Oh, no. You can have all my share of the cilantro. Okay, I will be extra attentive. My memory will be improved. My heart will be pumping faster or more clearly. My inflammation will be reduced. I won't have a seizure, so that's good. Gretchen, I'll take your cilantro so I don't have any more seizures. Hellrider, you had some yesterday on your street tacos. I find that foods that I don't necessarily like, if I know they're going to be good for me, I tend to like them more, right? So it's a psychological thing. If there's a food that I'm like, I'm not too crazy about it, but I'm not, okay, this is beneficial to me, I'll suck it up and do it. Barry says, well, in all fairness, wasting jury's time is okay with this judge, only as long as both sides are doing it. Oh, Mikazador, are you with us? Where's Mikazador? Did you come in? There you are. Mikazador, your car runs on flaming hot Cheetos and coffee. Nice. Allie B says, I feel so much better when I eat better. When I eat lots of carbs and sugar and junk, I feel the inflammation in my body. 100%. 100%. Yeah. All you got to do is just listen to your body, Your body will tell you. I don't eat anxiety or back pain, but here I am. Oh, you don't eat anxiety or back pain? Psychosaurus Rex, fun fact, the placebo effect is as effective as cilantro in reducing anxiety. There you go. Moonshot, how do you properly dry cilantro? I'm very interested because I love superfoods. Probably just in an oven at a low, probably in an oven at a low heat, but let's see, how do you dry cilantro? Drying methods. Or you could just hang it up, right? Let's see. You can dry using a food dehydrator or an oven at 110 at lowest settings, or an air dryer. Yeah, I would say just set your oven at like 100, whatever the lowest setting is, and then what we do, we'll do oregano. We'll dry out oregano, and basil sometimes is just make sure it's propped open. Just get a wood spoon and prop it open a little bit, and just dry it out. Wash it, first of all, dry it as best you can, then throw it in your oven for, you could also air dry it, but usually like an hour or so. Oh, here, modern frontierswoman says, let's see, harvest it. How to dry it. Salad spinner, wash it, salad spinner. Don't remove the leaves. Avoid refrigerating. 2 methods. Dehydrating. Air drying. Tie the cut stems together, string them up. Yeah, you could do air dry. Tie a paper bag around the herbs, prevents dust from accumulating. Check them from day 6 to day 14. When it crumbles to the touch, it's ready for processing. So, there you go. Daisy wants some sous vide. Turmeric, yep, I take turmeric every morning. I take a spoonful of turmeric, water, and some apple cider vinegar. Did you just say you have seizures? I'm just kidding. Just kidding. Mikazador, I love cilantro and all sorts of veggies. I was only halfway joking about coffee and flaming hot lime Cheetos. You were only halfway. Curry has lots of health benefits as well, sure. Hellwriter says, absolutely. Moonchild says, I made a dish the other day and I just thought of in my mind, and I used tomato bisque rather than regular tomato sauce to cut the acid reflux, and I threw in some tofu. It was the most delicious dish. Nice. Nice. Surprised yourself and had pasta and many veggies. Shared it with my neighbor, and now she wants my recipe, so I'm going to have to go back and do this plate again because I didn't measure. Sometimes those are the best ones. Those are the best recipes. Jaron says, I have never heard someone say iceberg lettuce is delicious. Denny Dawn says, the defense attitude is driving me nuts. Yeah. Hellwriter. You're funny. Me Cazador, you see the Spence trial? Yes, we're actually going to pick up on that. Depending on when this ends, we're going to pick up on that Mississippi. It's the same judge that was in Timothy Harrington, if you guys remember that out of Mississippi. So we're going to, we're gonna go pick up on that, because why not? Denny Don says the defense guy acting like he cares. I'm not a fan of his. Not a fan of his style. He's kind of been like that this whole trial, in my opinion. I'm just not a fan. Sparkling Princess, I have seizures, so I thought you would understand. Oh, sorry. No, I didn't mean to make a goof. I'm just saying, only because I was reading about seizures. That was not meant to be a goof on anything. Denny Don, if you want to shame someone, shame the perps who do it to others. Well, defense is not going to shame his own client. So, but you're right. He shamed us, meaning the YouTube people on YouTube watching or social media. He shamed the witnesses that may have a problem coming in. How does he know that unless they said we're not coming in because of social media? I mean, I don't know. Yeah, no, she's a beautiful woman. Apple cider vinegar, whole with the mother, has actually shown some promising results in stabilizing blood sugar. If you are pre-diabetic, can't remember the study, I think out of Stanford. Meet Cazador says, I didn't watch that one. This one should be interesting. I like the messy family ones and want to see the mother testify against her husband and the daughter, right? They both took plea deals, I think. Sparkling, no, I don't care. I just thought you would get what I go through. Yeah, no, I'm sorry. Sorry. You didn't take it as rude or anything. Good. Was not meant to. Was not meant to be rude at all. Duke says the defense barely defended his client but has no problem shaming anyone. Yeah. Denny Don, I wouldn't be able to walk off that stand and not turn around and go after him with her words. Well, you might be found in contempt, right? If you cross that line too much. Timothy the little boy, no, that was he went to the University of Mississippi. It was Jay. Jay was the Timothy was the defendant. It was Jay was his name. Jimmy J. Lee, 20-year-old graduate student. They both went to the University of Mississippi. He was big in the LGBTQ, and he was missing, but they eventually found his body. And there was a romantic relationship between the two, so it was a very interesting case. Harrington's father and grandfather owns all kinds of property, and again, they found him not guilty, but then now they found Jimmy J's body, so I think they're going to retry him. So anyway, so it's the same judge. So no, not a little boy. No. Turmeric and vinegar is for weight loss. That I don't know. I take turmeric for the inflammation, just to keep my inflammation down, meaning like my knees and my hips, just my back, that kind of stuff. Mostly my knees. What does that monster keep turning, looking at someone? I did notice he kind of wiped his eyes once. He kind of looked over at the jury. I'm sure he's being told don't show emotion, because we do hear that. Yes, Daisy, turmeric and black pepper. Make sure black pepper helps aid in the absorption of your body. Aussie says, not really turmeric. Not really. Turmeric is an anti-inflammation inflammation and helps with liver and kidney. Denny says, okay, thanks. Sparkling, I am just up now for the okay. So you're just catching up. Gotcha. Psychosaurus Rex says, I used to put turmeric and cinnamon in your coffee every morning. Interesting. Daisy says, the mother makes a difference. They had a test group with filtered apple cider vinegar too. I actually really like it, but that was when I was bodybuilding, eating weird stuff. They also make one with cayenne, Daisy. I don't know if you knew that. I get that one as well. I get both. I get the mother, and then I also get the one with cayenne and on a salad with some, just any kind of oil. But yeah, the one with cayenne, I use that when I make my kale salad. I use the cayenne one because I'm a big fan of spice. So I don't know if you're familiar with we do Bragg's. We use Bragg's, and again, not an endorsement, but they have apple cider vinegar with cayenne, and it's really good, especially on a salad. It's really good. And Aussie says, yes, get it with the mother. Yep, we do both. Chris says, can't stand turmeric or curry. Yucky to you. Oh, I made a dish that Psychosaurus sent me a cookbook, and I made a coconut curry dish last weekend, and I filmed it. So I'm hoping this weekend I can put it together and post it for you guys. It is fantastic. It's a pasta, which is really interesting, but it's tomatoes and coconut milk and a tomato sauce. Really, really good with curry. Really, really good. Woke kale tastes like dirt. Yeah, well, depends on what you do with it, my friend. I did an episode on it, Cooking with Chris, and it's all what you do with it. Same with tofu. If you just eat straight up tofu, it's got no taste. You gotta add stuff to it. Kale's the same thing. You've got to know how to work it, man. Mikazador, your doctor has you on turmeric for your joints. Good. Stomach and she said everything. She's a good holistic doctor. Mother cayenne. Yep. Yeah. Yep. I'm doing turmeric for my joints as well for inflammation, and I do the apple cider vinegar to because we're acidic. It never made sense to me, but our bodies are usually acidic, and you need to make them more alkaline. So to make them more alkaline, you've got to eat more acid, or it's like the complete opposite. But anyway. Honestly, I love vinegar. I can drink it by itself. It's a little burny for me, like if I have it just by itself, but I like to, I put it on salads. Yeah, I put it on my salads. Virtuous says, I love kale. Yeah, I do this kale salad, and I made a Cooking with Chris episode. Soy sauce or amino acids, some peanut sauce or sesame, I should say peanut oil or sesame oil, the apple cider vinegar, ginger, massage it. You got to really massage it. You got to salt. You got to get in there and you got to massage. You got to break down the compounds, break down the bonds, the fibers. And if you massage it enough and you just let it sit in there, it eventually kind of ferments over time. And you can eat it pretty much immediately. But if you break it down, if you really massage it, it will. It's like butter. It's like eating butter. It's really, really good. So. If you guys are members, go to a Cooking with Chris. I did an episode on a kale salad. I think Barry made it. Let's see. Jenny says, try to dip French fries in vinegar. Yep, that's a very British thing, right? Very UK thing to do. Vinegar with French fries. Daisy says, extra firm tofu seared in sesame oil. Moonchild, cousin would rather take pharmaceuticals. Yeah, well, that's just the way. That's just the way it is with a lot of people. Hellrider, you're international. I love food with flair. I love a spicy food. Love spicy food. Oh, has anyone had kombucha? I have, Moonchild, and I've had it a couple times. Honestly, I will try any style of food. Denny Dawn, and the defense blaming his witnesses for not showing up because of social media. Well, if he didn't do this to her, they would not have to speak. That is true. So blame your client, not others. Exactly. Virtuous kale, yummy. It's good dried as well. Sparkling Princess, you guys are making me hungry. Yeah, it's 11:30 here. We're going to break for lunch. I'm going to feed the cats. I'll do a kitty cam in a little bit. Sharon, you need fermenting? Joanne, I grew up eating curry, not Indian or Asian curry. Your mother had her own special recipe, unlike anything I've ever had. Yeah, cool. Duke says that's how they eat French fries in the UK. Dip in vinegar. Yep. All right, your iguana loves kale. Nice. Sardonic vinegar on chips to onion vinegar. Oh, Sarzens. Yeah. The little blob of bacteria at the bottom of a kombucha really freaks you out. Lassie makes your own kombucha. Wadi, how are you? Good to see you. Haven't seen you in a while. We're going to be covering Carlos Dominguez. I think that's where we met you. Yeah, he's coming up in January, so we're going to, hopefully you'll join us for that too. We're making you hungry? Yes. Hell, writer, I just like to eat. Jenny, I didn't know that was popular in the UK. Must have passed down through your ancestors. Yep. Whoa, so what exactly are we waiting for? For the defense witnesses. So the state is done. State just did victim impact statements. So now it's the defense. The defense is going to start their case, and they're bringing in an expert in the prison system, so whatever that is, and he's not available until 1. And then there's a woman who knows, is a friend of Jose's, and she's not going to be available until the afternoon as well. So they're waiting for the defense is waiting for their witnesses to be ready, which is not until the weekend. Listen to me. I need some cilantro to help focus. The defense is waiting for the witnesses to be ready at 1 o'clock. Green-eyed cat. Kale makes great chips, roasted in the oven, high temperature with a little seasoning until it's crispy. I've tried that before. I have tried kale chips, and I tend to burn them, so I just go with the kale salad. Daisy says, turmeric has helped my hands feel so much better because I work a lot outside in your yard. There you go. No, defense witnesses are today. They are today. Nomad, heads up on the Jeffrey Spence trial. The audio is not the greatest. All right. Well, thank you for that, Nomad. We hopefully will be able to work that. Hopefully we'll be able to work that on our end. We'll see. Joanne, going to take a break? Back at 1? No problem. You know what else is really good? Fried seaweed. Yeah, I'm a big fan of seaweed as well. Or nori. I love nori and seaweed. All right. All right. Crunchy says, your husband's doing some fabrication for a spirulina producer. Anyone use that? Sounds disgusting. I used to take spirulina all the time, and I probably should get back to that. That's one of those superfoods, green food. Yeah, spirulina is one of those superfoods. It's blue-green algae. You can take it with pills. You can take it in powder form. It's basically blue-green algae. So what are some benefits? It's potent antioxidant, anti-inflammatory, helps with heart and brain, boosts the immune system, and helps in weight management. I used to take this all the time in the 90s, and I kind of got away from it. I need to get back to it because it is one of those superfoods. It's a nutritional powerhouse. Contains 9 essential amino acids, complete protein source, which is particularly beneficial for vegetarians and vegans, which is why I was doing it in the 90s. It's got vitamin B's, A, C, D, and E, as well as iron, magnesium, calcium, and potassium. It's got healthy fats, antioxidant, anti-inflammatory, heart health, immune system support, brain health, allergy relief, oral health, can help with gingivitis, dental plaque, detoxification, eliminates heavy metals such as lead, mercury, and cadmium. Yeah, I got to get back on spirulina. I definitely got to get back on spirulina. It's generally safe, but may cause minor side effects, nausea, headaches, digestive issues. I've never had that. It can worsen autoimmune conditions like lupus by stimulating the immune system, interfere with blood thinners by affecting clotting, pose risks if contaminated with heavy metals or toxins. Consult a healthcare provider. So yeah, I guess as with anything, always consult your healthcare provider, but I'm definitely going to get back on spirulina. So it's basically blue-green algae. Oh, it was used by NASA. Interesting. It was used by NASA. It became famous after it was successfully used by NASA as a dietary supplement for astronauts. I had no idea. On space missions, I had no idea. That's really funny. So NASA used it on their astronauts. Who knew? Kathy, if you have allergies to plants, be careful with those things. Yeah, 100%. Absolutely. Amy just arrived. I love a good kale salad. Delish. I need to start turmeric again. Kitty Cam lunch. Yay. Amanda, hello everyone. Sorry you're late. You'll watch the early show later tonight. No worries, no worries. Sherry, Mr. Trial TV Live friends, just wanted to stop in and say hello. I'll see everyone tomorrow morning before my kids get up. Have a great day. You too. You too. Duke, I drank a huge shot of wheatgrass and projected it all over the car. It was awful. I've had wheatgrass shots before. It's like, to me, it's like it's grass. Like it tastes like grass, you know. Denny Don, he's glaring at the brother. Crunchy Frog, they sell it for like $90 a bottle. That's a little extreme. That's a little extreme. Hellrider, your superfood is key lime pie. Nice. All right, what's woke? It's dystopian. What did woke say? I just go to the Ivy Lounge and get the necessary vitamin shots and IV cocktails, much cheaper than the cost of food. To which Duke says that image is out of dystopia. The image of that is dystopian. Kathy, I tried protein powder and swelled up all red. It had hemp and I was allergic. Yeah, you definitely got to be very careful. Be very careful. Yummy wheatgrass. I've had it a couple times. When I was in New York, I had it. There were little carts, little food trucks. And I would have wheatgrass. Denny Dawn, she's small. You can tell the grief on their faces. Yeah, I know, it's so sad. What did Kelly? Calling people cowards, for not testifying is so offensive. I doubt he would put himself out to help anyone. Certainly not if it harmed his life. I know, right? Denny Dawn, it seems like the judge gave stipulations on what they could say or not say in the victim impact statements. I missed that. How old is her child? Jamar, I guess he's around 15 now. I think it was 8 at the time, so 7 years ago. So he's around 15, I'm guessing. Green-eyed cat, how do you take the turmeric for your joints? I have a powder, so I just put it in some water. I take a teaspoon, basically, one of those smaller spoons, scoop out the powder, put water in. This basically it's in here. This isn't it, but this glass. Put the powder in, fill the water up to here, capful or so of apple cider vinegar, spin it around, put some black peppercorns, and just chug it. So basically ingesting it. Yeah, he was 8. He was 8 at the time, so again, 7 years, so it is sad. Outrider, your second superfood is Doritos. Key lime and Doritos. You're funny, man. You're funny. Dwayne, your doctor told you must eat chocolate cake daily in order to live. That's why you were born in 1912. So you're 103. No, wait, you're 113. So you're doing something right, Dwayne. Don't stop. Don't stop. Oh, wait, I want to pull up. Rex, what did you say? Oh, boy. They're waking up. Kids are waking up. Might be time to do some kitty cam. Jenny says, I probably asked, and if you don't mind answering, let's see. Hold on, where did that go? Where are you from? I probably asked, and if you don't mind, where am I from? I'm originally from Cleveland, Ohio, and I moved to New York City and spent 14 years there. 15, I moved out after 9/11, and I moved up to Woodstock. For a year and a half, and then now down to Florida. You heard them? You hear them chirping? Yep. Hungry kitties. Callie, you're 70, no health issues. Fantastic. Good for you. Whatever you're doing, keep doing it. Chris says, is it Chaga or Shaga? Chaga? I'll go with Chaga for now, unless it's Shaga. Chaga is also good for inflammatory and other stuff. I never heard of that. After your chemo treatment, since your issues in your body, your tissue, since it made tea out of it with honey. All right, I have to look that up. I've never heard of that. What is? Oh, it's a mushroom? It's a mushroom. It is parasitic on birch and other trees. It's a super fungus with countless facets. Applications include therapy for breast, cervix, and skin cancers, as well as treating diabetes. Interesting. It's anti-inflammatory, antiviral, anti-tumor, antioxidant. Chaga powder has a long history of traditional use, from pipe smoking to mystic future forecasts. Wow. It's been extended to pharmaceuticals, food, cosmetic, and agricultural. I've never heard of this before. But it's who should not drink Chaga tea? Researchers have discovered compounds in chaga mushrooms extract can potentially lower blood sugar. If you are taking diabetes medication or medication to lower your blood sugar, do not drink it. I've never heard of it. May be good for boosting your immune system, fighting cancer, lowering your cholesterol. You can consume the antioxidant-loaded fungus as a tea or supplement. It's been used for centuries in Siberia and other parts of Asia as a medicine to boost immunity and improve overall health. Though ugly in appearance, the chaga mushroom is gaining popularity in the Western world. Never ever heard of this. Consumption of this special mushroom may come with some risks. So it's a mushroom that grows mainly on the bark of a birch tree in colder climates, Northern Europe, Siberia, Russia, Korea, North Canada, and Alaska. Treat diabetes, certain cancers, and heart disease. I'll be. Well, there you go. I learned something new. I learn something new every day. Good job. Hellrider, you were born in Dayton, moved to Georgia when you were 8. Cool. Duke says, I followed tow truck guy from Cleveland. Chaga grows on the trees. We have it here where lots of pickers sell it. Very cool. Denny Dawn, I hope he's getting counseling. I know, poor kid. Shrooms, yep. Cow patties. Crunchy, I had to get my dog turkey tail mushrooms. Nomad, mushrooms are a thing right now. They seem to be, right? Chris says, I'm part Indian, so we have lots of it out here, and ancestors use it for many things. Very cool. Very cool. Kim and Kelly Deal were born in Dayton. Yeah, Dayton's got some good musical history. Let's see. We got the Funk Music Hall of Fame is out there, right? And doesn't Dave Chappelle live out near Dayton? Yep, Roger Troutman and Zapp. Heatwave. Further solidifying the city's reputation as the land of funk. The Ohio Players, of course. Slave. Yeah, Dayton's got a good history, good musical history. And pretty sure Dave Chappelle's somewhere out there. Yeah, the Deal sisters. Let's see. If you can't get any and want to try it, let me know. You'll ship you some. Oh, okay, Chris. I'll check into that. Denny Dawn went to hug her son. Cindy, still keeping up with Mickey Steins? Yes, and no. But there's a preliminary hearing October 1st. Good. Dwayne, we love Cedar Point. Yep. Cedar Point, Geauga Lake. Cedar Point, I used to go to Cedar Point every summer. Chappelle lives in Yellow Springs. Isn't that close to Dayton, though? How close is that to Dayton? Yellow Springs, Ohio. And thank you for that, Walking Ghost. It's Antioch College. Let's see. Yeah, it's outside of Dayton. So, yeah, he's on the east side of Dayton. Thank you, Walking Ghost. Appreciate that. Cedar Point's the only good thing about Ohio. Easy now, Rex. It has ruined all other roller coaster parks for me. They're just weak sauce in comparison. Every year, Cedar Point would always have the new. For you guys that don't know, every year, either Six Flags or Cedar Point or Mystery Mountain or Magic Mountain, whatever those amusement parks were across the country, they would always build the biggest, the tallest, the fastest, the scariest roller coaster. And Cedar Point would always either win, or if they were beaten one year, they'd come back with the next year, and they would just do it again. I mean, Cedar Point. If you guys want roller coasters, go to Cedar Point. I would go there every year as a teenager and absolutely loved it. Amanda, what did you miss this morning? They had state impact, witness impact statements. So we heard from Elizabeth, who is the mother to Tanya. Then the victim advocate, who's that woman with the glasses. She's been sitting with Elizabeth the whole time. She read Lenora's, which is Tanya's stepsister, Michael, which is her older brother, and then Reyes, the stepfather. So she read that. And then Johnny came up. He's the older brother. And then Jaritza, who is her aunt. And then Jamar, who is the son to Tanya. So her son, 15-year-old son, came up and witnessed, did an impact statement. And then the defense and state both gave opening statements. The defense gave a really, really odd one, saying that he wasn't sure who was going to be able to testify for his client because it's due to their cowardice. Very strange, very strange. The judge admonished the court camera person for not showing a juror, even though he said jurors' names a couple times. The defense was getting all the yammering going on in social media. So we are now known as the Yammering Peanuts. We have officially adopted the Yammering Peanuts. The jury clerks sent home the 4 alternates because they said they weren't needed, so they had to come back. So they were delayed because one woman was 30 minutes away, so she had to come back. 4 family members are flying in from Connecticut. They were supposed to be here Monday or Tuesday, but apparently they're flying in today. They won't be to West Palm until like 6 o'clock, 7 o'clock at night. And now we're on lunch break until 1 o'clock because the state has 2 witnesses that are not available until 1 o'clock. So the Yammering Peanuts. There you go. Been to Cedar Point and Kings Island. Yep. They were supposed to. That's what the judge said, Denny Dawn, on Friday. If you can't have them here, you have Saturday and Sunday. If you can't have them here Monday and Tuesday, do Zoom. So clearly that went out the window. Green-Eyed Cat, I would love a members only where you discuss your diet and supplements. Okay, we could do that. Psychosaurus Cedar Point has the best roller coasters by far. It's definitely worth a visit at least once in everyone's life. Absolutely. All right, Jenny, got to run. Be back later. All right, I'm going to break. And Dave is outside Yellow Springs, Mi Cazador. Yes, we saw that. Thank you. All about the Dayton train. He lived in Kettering for 5 years. Kathy says you're afraid the Connecticut peeps will get lost. Well, there's supposed to be that detective, the private eye. I think he was a detective, investigator. He's supposed to be shepherding them down, herding them down. That's what the judge said. Wrangling them or something. Those were the words. All right, I'm going to break for lunch. We'll get some kitty cam going for you guys. And let's get some music going for you. And I'll get some kitty cam going for you as well.
I've always dirtied everything that I found. This ain't no difference, so look at you now. And baby, cut yourself baby, cut yourself loose. Save all the things that I said that night. Playing it cool, but I never got it right. Baby, cut yourself loose. I was mesmerized by your eyes. You keep me up every night. You keep me up every night. There ain't no satisfaction for me now. There ain't no satisfaction for me now. There ain't no satisfaction for me now. Now that you're gone, now that you're gone, now that you're gone. Now you know everything that I am. Caught in the palm, no backup plan. So baby, cut yourself loose. Cause a little trouble, don't shed a tear. Keep that sunny smile from ear to ear. And baby, cut yourself loose. I was mesmerized by your eyes. Keep me up every night. Keep me up every night. There ain't no satisfaction for me now. There ain't no satisfaction for me now. There ain't no satisfaction for me now. Now that you're gone, now that you're gone. There ain't no satisfaction for me now. There ain't no satisfaction for me now. There ain't no satisfaction for me now. Now that satisfaction for me now. There ain't no satisfaction for me now. There ain't no satisfaction for me now. Now that you're gone, now that you're gone. There ain't no satisfaction for me now. There ain't no satisfaction for me now. There ain't no satisfaction for me now. Now that you're gone, now that you're gone. There ain't no satisfaction.
You look like you could use a friend. And Stupid says, that's great, I ain't never had me one of them. Then Stupid said that Evil, how does this friendship work? And Evil says it's easy, you just stick your head down in the dirt. So Stupid dug a hole and stuck his head down in the sand. And Evil had free rein to carry out his wicked plans. Evil saw that Stupid was truly stupid, and he had time to tear the world apart and split the people into tribes. He said that war can have a winner, and that greed is not a sin, and that man can judge another man by the color of his skin. And all the while Stupid sat while the world burned to the ground, thinking, gee, well, ain't it nice to have fun around? Up his eyes one day and he saw that he'd been tricked. The rich had all grown richer while the poor all took a hit. And his friends were all in jail and he lost all of his rights. And the people were divided and the earth wasn't even fit for life. And he wanted to go back, but by then it was too late, because Stupid followed Evil and there was nowhere to escape. Stupid followed Evil and there was nowhere to escape.
the laws above. Nature shows me, makes me taut. I could climb this mountain now, rise above the clouds and see where, oh, the falls that kept me strong. Never did I mean no wrong, 'cause I ain't looking back. I ain't looking back. Ain't looking, ooh, ain't looking back. Ain't looking, yeah. Ain't looking back. Ain't looking, ooh, ain't looking back. Oh, ain't looking back. Ooh, ain't looking back. Ain't looking back. Ain't looking back. Ain't looking back. Ain't looking
creature with no skeleton inside your hands. Got no home address, I come and go as you command. And it's fine with me, and it's fine. I'm a bandit that you use to keep from bleeding out. I'm the lover you don't love but love to keep around. And it's fine with me, promise that it's fine. Maybe I'm a fool, it's not like heart of glass. If it shattered, darker days will come our way. I look back to remember memories that never fade. I know why I'm alone. Mistakes that I've made have burned this hole. I'm praying for a redemption to heal my troubled ways, blinded by perception. Is there no other? Is there no other way? Distant dream, a clear horizon, open seas. Why can't we please? I know why this world's alone. Mistakes that we've made have burned this heart.
right, welcome back, welcome back. How's everybody doing? Hope you guys had a good lunch break. Let's see. What is Iowa's full tag? I haven't seen into. Oh, Iowa Backyard Cam. Iowa Backyard Cam. And it is Thursday is the procedure. But there's like a squirrel, I think, on the front. But Iowa Backyard Cam. But there's a squirrel on the front and back. So for me, it's hard to tag because of the icon. So, just Iowa Backyard Cam, I think. All right. How would you vote? Life without parole, 28%. DP, 72%. Go ahead and close that up. We can end that poll. No problem, Richard. No problem. All right, 232 votes. Now, next up, we're going to get, and don't forget the squirrels. Yeah, you got to do little squirrel emojis. Let me see. I don't even have any emojis that are squirrels. So, I don't know. How do you get a squirrel emoji? They're not on my desktop. I don't know if they're in my phone or not. Back to business. This should be interesting. Yes, let's see who they bring out. Let's see who they bring out. Oh, well, how'd you do that? When I search emojis, I can't get them. What are they called? Yeah, there's no squirrel. It's at least on my desktop, there's no squirrel emoji on my desktop. You're on your phone, Rex? I think, so you guys got them? Yeah. All right, let me copy and paste. Let me see. Can I copy? Okay, copy, paste one. Here, let me try this. Yeah, it's not coming up. So that's not coming up. Phone emojis, Mac desktop. I have a Mac. It's not coming up for me when I type in squirrel. It is almost 1 o'clock in the afternoon. Lynn, it's 12:52 or 1 p.m. For some reason, I'm not able, when I'm in Chrome, but let me see if Safari gets me any better. Let me see if I can do Safari. Oh, I gotta sign in and blah, blah, blah. All right. Anyway, not happening for me. Oh, try chipmunk? Oh, is it a chipmunk instead? Let me try that. Thank you. Oh, there it is. It's a chipmunk. All right. Kathy. Kathy for the win. Yes, so it's chipmunk. All right, so it's not a squirrel, it's a chipmunk. That's my bad. So it's a chipmunk. All right. So it's a chipmunk. Yeah, it's a chipmunk. Richard, type in chip. Just do chip. It's almost 7 p.m. in South Africa. All right, so you're 6 hours, 6-hour difference. Yeah, it's chip. Type in chip. Chipmunk. There you go, chipmunk. Hello, Sharon. Good to see you. So it's chip. Type in chip. If you search for emojis, search Yeah, just put in chip and it'll come up. Yeah, I thought it was a squirrel too, but it's actually a chipmunk. All right. Lily Wayne, do you think defense will be ready to start at 1 or even 1:10? Good question. I got nothing. I got nothing. Squirrel worked for you in the UK? Interesting. Yeah, I can't, when I put in squirrel, am I spelling squirrel wrong? SQUIRREL. Nope, nothing's coming up. But when I type in chip, CHIP, there it is. Now, well, whatever. At least now I know. Now I know to use chipmunk instead of squirrel. Yeah, our internet is definitely taking a hit today. I don't know. They're doing construction. They've been working on this road all summer, and we're kind of near a crossroads. It's a little bit of ways, and you may hear the what do you call it? The equipment in the background, and they're over by a cable box outlet. I don't know. I don't know if that's causing our problems or not. Squirrel, chipmunk, potato. Jennifer, how did I end up at the beginning of the feed? I don't know. I think our internet's really taking a hit today. Hey, Lynn, welcome back in. Yep, I put in chip and you get the emoji. Lynn says if I type squirrel or same emoji. Interesting. When you put in squirrel, you get the chipmunk. Yeah, I don't have that. It's really weird. Huh. All right. Hellrider, this is the most I've seen where the defense is not ready to do anything. Yeah, I know, right? Chipmunk and squirrel, they look the same to me. I know, I can't get, when I type in squirrel, I don't get an emoji. Yeah, Lynn, our internet connection is taking a big hit today. I don't know why. Other than they're doing a bunch of construction on a road like right down the street here or whatever, and there's a cable box right there. Maybe they're doing, I don't know, they're doing something that could be affecting our feed today. I don't know. Danny Don loves squirrels. Yes. Deb, I found a police interview of a case of a married man unalived his 20-year-old mistress Lopez, unalived by Rojas. I thought it was this case. Oh. Huh. Lopez and Rojas. Switching to your iPad, it is better. Okay. Such a fun bunch to deep dive on the emojis. We cover it all here. No subject. I was going to say no subject taboo, but yeah, there's probably a lot of subjects that are taboo. There's no subject we won't cover here. Trial TV Live. Chipmunk works too. Hellrider, you had a subway? Lynn, we have heavy rain here in South Africa too. Could be your side. Could be. Sarah says, my internet has been wonky too, but I live in Missouri. Bella says that was a Texas case, the Rojas one. Debbie, there's such a thing as divorce. Yes, why do men need a wife and mistress, then do away with the mistress so wife doesn't find out? That is the $1 million question, Deb. $1 million question. Or look at Lori Daybell and why did she have to take out Charles? You know. Oh, what? What is it? My goodness, come on up. Come up, little man. Don't go there. She's gonna hiss at you. Don't step on my keyboard. Thank you. All right, come here. Come here. Come sit over here. Got my little Fed. Little Fed. Yeah, it's a good boy. And then big brother, Uncle Rafa. little Fed. Good boy. Yeah, it's a good boy. He's such a sweet little boy. You are a sweet little boy. Yes, you are. Okay. Hellrider, have you heard about the young girl found in Tulsa? It was a rapper. Yeah, found in Tesla. Was it the Tesla? Yeah. I kind of heard something about that. Tesla. It's a Tesla, right? Was it Tesla kidnapping or something? Body found, yeah, David, or D4, I'm not sure how he pronounces his name. Yeah, impounded Tesla, missing girl. Yep. Teen's body found in musician's Tesla. 6 days ago, 19 hours ago, 6 days ago. So that's Kansas City. Note found in downtown Kansas City from kidnapped victim. Is that the same one? Body of girl. Ooh, yikes. Mutilated in rising R&B singer's Tesla. Body of 15-year-old Celeste Rivas Hernandez found mutilated inside a bag stuffed in the trunk of a rising R&B. Wow. Tesla David. What's this guy's name? Singer Tesla's. All right, hold on. It was found in his impounded Tesla. So this was in LA. She's been missing since 2024. She was just 13. She's been deceased inside the vehicle for an extended period of time. David Anthony Burke, 20, musician out of Texas, who performs under the name, is it David? D4VD? How do you pronounce his name? He's got millions of followers on Instagram. Medical examiner, she has a tattoo on her right index finger reading shh. Several items of evidence were recovered, will be analyzed. Yeah, that could be, and that's out of California, so Northwest, you should be happy. He goes by David. All right. Because D for VD might come across as inappropriate. Because who's for VD? Yeah, I think she was the girl you're speaking of. Tesla thing is, she was a child. I thought you said she was with child. Yeah, she was 13 when she went missing. Wow. Joanne, hope everyone enjoyed their lunch break. That extends out to you as well, Joanne. I hope you had a good one. Did you get some power walking in? Oh, Callie Graham and Woke, they both have the same tattoo. Interesting. Amanda, you should listen to his songs, tells you all about them. All right. Baptiste was her last name, the one I mentioned in the chat. Okay. Yep, you guys got a jinx there for sure. Never heard of this rapper. I listen to everything. It says rising R&B, so maybe he's less rap, more R&B, more soul, more singing, stylistically than rapping maybe. I don't know. We'll have to check him out. He has songs that seem to describe her. Wow. Kelia, Sparkling, they have been saying she was pregnant. Wow. And Kelia, yeah, he's more of a singer than a rapper. Tammy, back in time. Sweet. Sparkling Princess, never heard of him. D4VD. What's this guy's deal? All right. She's, let's see. 2022, he released Here With Me and Romantic Homicide. Both gained widespread popularity on TikTok and resulted in him signing with Darkroom and Interscope Records. He was born in you guys really want to feel old? He was born in 2005. He's out of Queens. They're not even born in the 90s anymore, you guys, or the 20th century. They're now, it's like 2005. All right. Chilling clip shows David making heart signals at missing teen Celeste. So, David Anthony Burke, born 2005, professionally known as David. Creating music at his mother's recommendation to avoid YouTube copyright strikes on his Fortnite gameplay montages. Interesting. He had 2 EPs, Petals to Thrones and The Lost Petals, the former charting in 5 regions. He had 5 singles, including his 3rd single to chart on Billboard's Hot 100, Feel It. His debut album was in 2025. He was born in Queens. His family moved to Houston. Until he was 13, he listened exclusively to gospel. After hearing Gucci Gang by Lil Pump, he began using his school laptop, discovering Members Only and XXX Temptation. Later discovered indie music through Fortnite. He was homeschooled after 7th grade. All right, his music career began when he was gaming montages of his video Fortnite. To avoid receiving copyright claims, he decided to make his own music. He released his music on SoundCloud, including You and I, Take Me to the Sun, and Runaway. The single Romantic Homicide, released of July 20th, 2022, went viral on TikTok, charted at number 3 on the Hot Alternative Songs, and would appear hit number 33 on Billboard's Hot 100. So he signed with Interscope, signed in September of 2022. The next Here With Me hit number 60 on Billboard's Hot 100. All right. Reached top 10 in Singapore. So it seems like he's got a couple of big hits there. Romantic Homicide seems to be his breakthrough. And then Here With Me, so. Kelly, I used to really like his music. I'll have to check him out. Wow, that's Rafa. That's Rafa snoring. Kelly, these cases are really difficult and disturbing, right? Hell Rider sounds like a bad song for any relationship, right? Are we caught up? Let me just make sure we're caught up. All right, we are live. All right, February he released One More Dance. He performed at Coachella. Oh, he face planted while attempting a backflip. Ouch. Do you guys hear that? That's Rafa snoring. That's Rafa. I thought that was Super Bowl, but that's actually Rafa.
They have a life. Who are dead.
Oh.
I think that's the lizard.
No, that's a dead lizard. Yeah. Oh, so Fed has a dead lizard, but Rafa's snoring. That's Rafa. Virtuous says, listen to his song Romantic Homicide. Rafa is having a good nap, I should say. All his stuff is dark lyrically. I really appreciate his originality. He did ever on his own. He did every. Unfortunately, he's not right in the head. All right, well, let's check out Romantic Homicide lyrics. Romantic Homicide lyrics. I'm scared. Ooh, ooh, ooh. It feels like you don't care. Ooh, ooh. Enlighten me, my dear. Ooh, ooh, ooh. I don't want to read this because I might get a copyright strike. In the back of my mind, you passed away and I didn't even cry. No, not a single tear. Ooh, oh, 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 oh. In the back of my mind, I deleted you. I don't even regret it. I can't believe I said it, but it's true. I hate you. Interesting. So Fed has a dead lizard, and Rafa is snoring up a storm. Just another day here on Super Ball's farm. Kathy, did you? Yeah, he's got a dead lizard. They get in, or Polly brings him in. So yeah, he's got a dead one. He's flopping it around. Denny Dawn, I'm still waiting for more info because it could be someone else. Yep, but I'm just going to wait for more to come out. It's him, but you never know. Yeah. Hey, Mama C. We're talking about David, D4VD, David, and the 13-year-old that was found in the back of his Tesla. So that's out of L.A. I was just reading his Romantic Homicide, came out in 2022. It's his Don't Quit My Day Job. I was trying to read it very, very non-affect. I wanted to have a very flat affect. Well, that's a hate song. Plus, I didn't want to get a copyright strike. If I started to like say it, I could get a copyright strike. Ooh, ooh, ooh. Well, how would you guys say OOH hyphen OOH hyphen OOH? Isn't that ooh, ooh, ooh? Or is that OOO? Could be OOO. Let's see, Amy. I'm glad I didn't look it up. Yeah. Yep, Mama, how horrible. Well, it might be something for us to cover. Might be a California trial. She was 15. He deleted her on her birthday. He's got a song, Body in a Trunk. Oh, my. Does he really? Let me look that up. Body in trunk? Are those like euphemisms? So it looks like it's Nas, Body in Trunk, Noriega, Spotify, Body in the Trunk lyrics. So Nore has that. Is he part of them? I think that's more of a euphemism, meaning, you got some you feeling in your booty. I think that's the way I'm reading it. Seems like it. So he's canceled his tour. I think you'd appreciate as a musician the bounds of computer-driven music are expanding all the time. Yeah, no, I'm going to check him out. I can't play it because we'll get copyright struck immediately. But I'll check him out later. Or how about this? I'll check him out right now. Let's check him out right now. But I'm not going to play it. But I'm going to check it out right now. So his video has 186 million views. Number 19 top music video. All right, so he's saying, oh, I'm scared, oh, not ooh. So he is saying, oh, I'm scared, oh. John, thank you for your $2. The brother's waiting for him in prison. Yep. So he says, oh, not ooh. I actually like it. I do. I like the song. It's very melancholy. Short song, 2 minutes and 30 seconds. That's a short song. That's like even shorter than like back in the 50s and early 60s. You know, I do like it. From what I've heard, 49 seconds of it.
Jury is entering. All right, jury is present. We proceed with the defense mitigation evidence, and the defense may call its first witness.
Thank you, Judge. The defense calls Raul Banasco.
Mr. Banasco, if you raise your right hand, I'll administer the oath to you. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do, Your Honor.
All right, and you may inquire, Mr. Burns.
Thank you, Judge. Can you hear me, Raul?
Yes, I can, sir.
Okay, tell us who you are, please.
My name is Raul S. Banasco. I am a prison and jail expert who has been consulted to interview and give my professional opinion based on my experience in corrections and my education and training on this case.
You're on Zoom. Are you not in Florida?
No, I am actually in Austin, Texas today.
Are you working in Texas now?
I'm actually off for the afternoon, but yes, I do have full-time employment, but I'm off for the rest of the day, sir.
Tell the jury about your education, please.
I have an undergraduate degree from Iona University in New York, with a focus on psychology, minor in criminal justice. I have a master's in public administration from Florida Atlantic University in Boca Raton, Florida. I also have my certification as a public manager through the Florida Atlantic University Master's Program, and currently hold my certification as a jail manager through the American Jail Professional Commission, as well as I'm a certified corrections executive through the American Correctional Institution Organization on Professional Standards.
Are you working in jail or prison administration now in Austin, Texas?
Yes, I am.
How long have you worked in that field?
I've been in this field going on my 39th year. Started my social services, public safety career in New York, did 2 years with the juvenile system, and in 1988 joined the Florida Department of Corrections as a corrections officer at the prison now known as Central Florida Reception Center in Orlando, Florida. During my approximately 20 years with the Florida Department of Corrections, worked my professional development through classification. I served as a supervisor as well as a probation supervisor, an assistant warden at 3 major institutions, warden at a major Hernando Correctional Institution, also served in the capacity as director of training for the entire Department of Corrections for 2 years, and then transitioned into jail operations. I served as the major for the Orange County Jail in Orlando, the deputy chief and interim chief for Osceola County Corrections, and then retired from the Florida system, did some nonprofit work for 2 years, and then have ran jails in different states from San Antonio, Fort Worth, St. Louis, as well as now Austin, Texas.
So you have worked in corrections here in Florida.
20 years, yes, sir.
Are you familiar with Florida DOC policies and procedures?
Yes, I am, sir.
You're not here out of the goodness of your heart, are you? We're paying you for this work, correct?
Yes, sir.
How much do you charge per hour, sir?
My fees are $200 an hour to interview, review records pertaining to any case, as well as $225 an hour for testifying, and $110 for any travel time involved on any case.
How many hours have you put in on the Soto-Escalera case?
16 and a half hours.
Is this your first time testifying in court, sir?
No, sir.
Where have you testified before?
I have testified in a variety of states, particularly Florida. I've testified on various cases from Dade County, Duval County, Lake County, Marion County, Volusia County, Lee County, Gadsden County, also in the Panhandle, some of the Washington County, a variety of counties throughout the state of Florida, as well as done work in South Carolina, Louisiana, Georgia, Tennessee.
Do you testify always for the defense?
Yes, sir.
Has any state attorney's office, whether this one or anywhere else, ever used you as a consultant or consulted you on a case?
Not as a consultant, no, sir.
I'd like to talk to you, sir, for a moment or two about what life without parole would mean for an inmate so sentenced. Are you qualified to answer questions in that regard?
Yes, I am.
A person sentenced to Florida Department of Corrections to life without the possibility of parole, where are they housed? How are they housed in the system?
The way the process goes in the Florida prison system, like many, they are sentenced to a reception center in which they will go through 6 to 12 weeks going through a battery of assessment processes for mental health, medical, classification, custody review, and they're sent to a permanent facility. An individual who's sentenced to life will always be close custody. They will be sent to a facility that has that security level. Their requirement, once they are transferred to that permanent facility, they will go through an assessment process through classification, known as the institutional classification team process, in which they will be assigned a job. Every inmate who's serving life at a facility designed, they are required to work 60 hours a week. They are required to show up to work in addition to other obligations. They will be housed in a custody level, as we know, as H4 or HO5, which means their housing facility assignment will be either with another inmate or several inmates, and after dark, they are secured behind 2 or 3 additional secure doors to ensure that that custody level doesn't have access to the compound as a whole. In addition to working 60 hours a week, they're required to get up at 4 o'clock in the morning. They're required to march down to the chow hall, eat their meal within 7 to 10 minutes, return back to their assignment. They go through vigorous requirements. They get counted several times a day. They're told where to go, when to go. They have appointments to be at, and they are required to follow all the rules and regulations that the prison requires of them in that environment.
Is a prisoner serving life without parole, does such a prisoner shower every day?
Shower every day. They are given the option to shower in the evenings when the showers are open, but that is a communal shower environment. in which they share in normal dormitories the ratio of maybe 15 showers for 250 inmates. There is a period of time in which the showers are open, and they have to take advantage of it. If they're not in that environment at that time or overslept, they just are not showered. They're also required to go to call-outs and have other obligations in which, when it comes to either the environment, TV, they share one communal TV per pod or per unit, in which they all have to decide what channel. So there's nothing individually catered to that individual inmate serving life. They have to share it with anywhere 70 to 150 inmates in that environment.
You indicated, I think, that a typical inmate serving life without possibility of parole is required to do work?
Yes. Every inmate, whether you have an impairment, you can be a wheelchair, medically declining individual, everyone is required to have a job assignment. It can be assigned as a houseman, and in this case, most of those who are healthy, they will be given an inside grounds job, which basically means they're given manual lawnmowers, they cut grass. We're talking big acre properties within the fence line. They also prepare meals. They keep up with the day-to-day maintenance concerns. If you have any skills in maintenance, painting, repairing sidewalks, landscaping, keeping the upkeep of the prisons, of these aging prisons. They're required to work 60 hours a week at their job assignment.
And a lot of their work is done to maintain the prison that holds them.
Correct. Basically, in the business of prison world, 85% of prisons upkeep are done by inmate labor and utilizing them to keep the facility operating.
So prisoners assist in cooking and cleaning and repairing and mowing grass, you said?
Yes, sir. They prepare meals, they launder the clothes, they paint the buildings, landscaping, and any kind of repair of plumbing or framing or any kind of construction repairs that need to be done within the fence.
What if the inmate says, no, I'm not going to do this work? What happens?
What happens when any prisoner or inmate refuses to work, they will get a disciplinary report, which basically is a rule infraction. Refusing to work, and what the process is, if you refuse to work, you get placed in administrative confinement, as we often know in the business as the whole, the confinement unit. You will go through an administrative process in which the individual inmate being charged with the rule infraction will have an opportunity for it to be investigated based on the officer's report. They can call witnesses. At a period of time, they will come across the disciplinary board, which is 2 members and sometimes 3 members of the institutional classification team. At that time, they will plead their case, and that team will make the decision with what the outcome is. And in most cases, you're found guilty, and you're given a sanction of time in disciplinary confinement, and in many cases, additionally, they will take gain time. And what happens is the individual will remain in disciplinary confinement with no privileges, no access to anything but his legal paperwork, and based on their behavior while in disciplinary confinement, they will be reviewed weekly, and eventually, if they meet all the expectations, will be released back to open population.
Let us talk about inmates who are not sentenced to life without...
In a correctional institution, an inmate who is sitting on death row, the environment is slightly different. These are individuals that are housed alone in a 6x9 cell with their assigned toilet and stainless steel sink. They are permitted to have their own TV in their cell. They are not required to work, and they are not required to leave their cell. The meals are brought to them. Their laundry is brought to them. They have changed things on death row in the last 2 years, in which now inmates on death row have more time outside of their cells. They have visits with families. They have a tablet assigned to them where they can communicate with their family. They have day room time in which they can interact with other inmates on death row, as well as have additional recreation time outside of their cell as well.
When a death row inmate is permitted time out of his cell, Does he share that time with other inmates? Is he by himself? Tell us about that.
No, he shares it with several inmates, 5 to 6, 7 inmates, when they're in the day room time, so they're in contact with other inmates on the same status on death row. Recreation, they also have access to other inmates, playing basketball and having more out-of-cell time with other inmates in the same custody level.
Why are the inmates sentenced to death? Why don't they work?
The requirement is that those individuals, because of their custody level, there's very limited work assignments, and because of security grades, the expectation of the high risk, those are individuals that are classified at maximum custody, and these are the individuals, because of their sentence, have to be watched at all times and placed in a secure environment. Giving them work assignments, it's not conducive to that environment. Often they can help out if they want, but they're not required because of their custody level and the security aspects that go with it in supervising them.
Regarding death row, is there just one death row in one Florida prison and all those awaiting execution are there?
Yes, for the men, it's Union Correctional Institution, and for the women, it's at Lowell Correctional Institution.
How many are presently on death row, do you know?
Currently, approximately 458 are on death row as of today.
It seems to me there have been a great number of executions so far just this year. Do you know how many?
I think approximately 12 this year. The 13th is scheduled for sometime this month, and the next one is tentatively scheduled in late October this year.
So there have been more executions than months in the year so far.
Objection as to relevance.
Yes.
I'll put that in the
I was not the one who contacted you initially on this case. Who contacted you regarding involving you in this Soto-Escalera case?
That was back on June 3rd. Sherry Schwartz, Dr. Schwartz, who's a mitigation specialist, reached out to me.
So she knew of your reputation and work in this field then?
Correct. I worked with her on some other cases.
What were you requested to do?
I was requested to review all his corrections records, whether at the county jail or if he had any kind of prior prison involvement, review his assessment, have an in-person structured interview, assess the records that were provided to me, and give my professional opinion on how his adjustment has been while he's been in a corrections environment, and in this particular case for the last 7+ years.
Do you review records? What do you do?
Yes, I review records. I reviewed in this particular case over 220 records, pages of records that were provided to me for the St. Lucie County Sheriff's Office jail operations based on his state since he's been booked there.
Did you get a chance to meet with or speak to Jose at any point?
Yes, I met with him on August 1st of 2025 for about an hour and a half at the St. Lucie County Jail, in which I had an in-person structured interview to meet with him.
Has Jose been in the St. Lucie County Jail since September 2018 consistently?
Yes.
Did you review any disciplinary reports regarding Jose Soto-Escalera from the St. Lucie County Jail during his 7 years of incarceration?
Yes, I did.
How many DRs or disciplinary referrals did you see in the records?
He technically had 3, but the way some jails do it, they lump them together. He had a disciplinary report back in 11/14 of 2019, and it was for unauthorized area while count, in which basically he was found guilty of that. Basically, during the count time in which they account for inmates, he was not where he should have been. They accounted for him, but he was not in the assigned area, in which they keep 30 days probation, which basically means don't mess up again, or we'll take your privilege of this. And then in April 24th, 25, he had taken his table and some chairs to his cell in there when they were getting ready to lock down so he can play cards. So they actually wrote him up for having a plan and causing a disturbance to operations in which he shouldn't have done it, but unfortunately he got caught and he was given a disciplinary infraction in which he pled guilty to.
Any disciplinary referrals regarding fighting, violence toward other inmates or towards guards?
No, none of the records provided to me show any incidents or anything relating to any kind of violence, either with other inmates or with any of the staff or the corrections officers.
Do you yourself speak Spanish, sir?
Yes, I do.
Did you talk to Jose in English or Spanish or both?
I spoke to him in English. He speaks Spanish. We might have said a few words in Spanish, but everything was English-based, the interview.
Based on your training and years of experience and having reviewed the records, is 7 years of incarceration consistently sufficient for you to review Jose's situation and render an opinion about his future behavior while in custody?
Yes, sir. 7 years is a good amount of time in which someone who comes into a jail environment, corrections environment, to assess them based on how well they adjusted to the environment, both from a medical, physical perspective as well as behaviors. Yes, sir.
And what did you conclude specifically then about Jose Soto-Escalera's suitability or unsuitability to be a prisoner?
Well, I assessed, based on my years of experience and training, here you had an individual who was booked for a crime which was well publicized. The individual has been at the county jail, which, understanding a county jail environment and the prison environment sort of has its differences, where county jails have inmates that come and go every day, from misdemeanors to major felony cases, where the population in the county jail is very fluid. Didn't see anything in his records that show that he had to remain in protective custody. Didn't see anything in his records that gave the impression or alluded to him not adjusting well. He followed all the rules. 7 years, he did receive 2 DRs. They were not major DRs. In fact, one was just getting probation. So at the end of the day, someone who's sitting in a county jail for 7 years with a fluid inmate population, where in that environment, inmates tend to try each other. They're either victims or victors. At the end of the day, he steered away from that. The records indicate he followed the rules. He stayed out of everyone's way. He didn't cause anyone any kind of challenges. And he's adjusted well in the prison, in the jail environment, which would indicate someone like him, when sent to prison, will adjust well, stature-wise, behavior-wise. He will follow the rules and regulations in that environment without any concerns, based on the records I reviewed.
When you met with Jose, did you have a chance to discuss his work history at all?
Yes, I did. Had the opportunity, part of the structured interview, talk about education, in which he told me he did not obtain his high school diploma, but he did obtain many other trades. He has experience in the carpentry field, profession, construction, laborer, framer. Some of the skills that he's mastered in the construction environment was something he was very well versed and knowledgeable and had work experience in.
Do any of those skills and abilities equip him to be a useful worker as a prisoner?
Someone like him, based on my many years of experience, particularly classification, when they come to the reception center and end up at a permanent camp, what they do is they interview him based on his skills, because unfortunately prisons are, getting old and aged. So basically we assign work assignments. So every prison has assignments for carpenters, electricians, painters, general maintenance. And someone like him, who after a period of 60 to 90 days, who has done the entry-level jobs such as inside grounds and the heat, and they've proven to be a good worker based on the review he'll get it every week and every month by the officers, will be basically assigned an assignment such as maintenance, so he can use his skills to help the upkeep of the prison. And basically, it's an opportunity for the prison system to have labor, free labor, at the expense of the inmate being held accountable to perform those duties based on the need of the institution.
Did Jose's charges and current placement at the jail for these 7 years render him ineligible from participating in jail educational programs?
Based on the records I've seen, and because when you have cases like this, based on the category classification level, which he's at the highest level, they do not, most jails like St. Lucie do not offer them the opportunity to have those education programs. And most likely, when he goes into the prison system, that will be the same approach. The investment, if sentenced to life, will not be for someone like him. They will utilize him for labor, and what he can help is sweat equity in keeping the prisons upkeep.
So I'm not sure of the answer. Could you have him clarify that? If it's a yes or no, I'm not sure what the answer was.
Did you hear the judge?
Repeat the quote. Judge, Your Honor?
Yes, could you clarify as far as how it's been in the jail and what it would be like in general population? It seemed to me that you were equating the two, and then there was a difference between the two. I wasn't sure what you were saying, what it would be like in prison and how it's been in the jail. I want to just clarify your answer.
Okay, Your Honor, so to clarify that, so in the jail environment, there's a lot of moving population types. So when I was referencing that, was based on his adjustment in the jail environment. Most inmates who are in the jail environment for a long period of time sometimes fights and have aggressive behavior based on the type of inmates that come in and out of that jail environment. Based on his 7 years, he's adjusted well, which based on my experience, someone like him who ends up in the prison system should adjust well. The only difference in the prison environment, Your Honor, is those individuals are actually assigned to that prison for several years, and we assign them based on their labor skills and what they can do to keep the facility operating. Does that answer your question, Your Honor?
Thank you.
As long as Mr. Burns is comfortable with the answer, that's fine.
Yes, that's all right. Thank you, Judge. Now, I think you may have answered this question already. If this jury recommends that Jose be executed and that's what the judge orders, I think you said he would be welcomed into the system at the North Florida Reception Center and then he would go immediately to death row in Union Correctional. Is that correct?
Correct. It's normally done within several hours. They basically process them and move them into death row status.
And if Jose was sentenced to life without parole, where would he go? Do you know?
Because in St. Lucie County, he would go to Central Florida Reception Center. There's actually 4 male reception centers. He would be transferred to the reception center, in which he will remain there anywhere from 6 to 12 weeks as he goes into the assessment process. And based on his medical grade, dental grade, psych grade, his assessment for classification, as well as his security level, he will be assigned to a permanent prison throughout the state of Florida, either, and most likely will be in North Florida, where we have most of the prisons that house life inmates.
Now, in reviewing your notes here, I see that in Florida Department of Corrections, there are, or there must be, facilities that are characterized as faith and character facilities. Is that correct?
Yes, they're known as faith and character-based facility, and often some of them are also in conjunction with incentivized prisons as well.
And would Jose be a good fit for a faith and character facility?
The criteria for that is something he would have to earn. You have to have anywhere from 24 to 36 months in the prison system without any rule infractions, any kind of violence, in which at that point, wherever he's assigned, he can put in for that. But that goes through an assessment process to classification and gets approved all the way in central office. So It's something that he would have to earn and not automatically considered for.
So you have reviewed Jose's records, you have met with him, you have the experience and education that you have told us about. Do you believe that Jose could contribute and be a contributor, even if it be only to the state prison system, if he were sentenced to life without parole?
Yes, yes, sir. Yes, I do.
The jury has been told by authoritative sources before, but I'll ask you also, does life without parole mean life without parole in Florida?
Yes, everyone, because parole doesn't exist since the 80s. Every inmate who was sentenced to the Department of Corrections with life without parole will never leave the prison fence line unless they're required to go out for a medical run, in which the proper security components. Other than that, they would expire their life in prison and be removed in a body bag, sir.
Thank you, that's all I have for you.
Cross-examination?
No questions from the state.
May Mr. Bonasco be released at this time?
You may, Judge. Thank you, sir.
You're welcome. All right, I'm going to end the Zoom. Sir? Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
You're welcome. Are there other Zoomers or?
No, I have one person live.
Okay, so I will end the Zoom then. Okay. End the Zoom. And did you need a break at this time, or?
No, we can proceed unless
Okay.
the jury needs a break.
Does jury need a restroom break? No, we're good? Okay, you may call your next witness.
Is Lucinda Cook, may we have her?
Sure,
Someone
Lucinda
from
Cook.
Cook.
Do you swear or affirm that the evidence you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, ma'am.
That was your witness.
And you may inquire of the witness, Mr. Burns, when ready.
Thank you. Sit real close to that microphone in front of you, ma'am. Tell us who you are.
I'm Lucinda Cook.
Speak up nice and loud. Who are you?
I'm Lucinda Cook.
Okay, Lucinda Cook. You see Jose there?
I do.
How do you know him?
I used to date him many years ago.
Can you give us a time frame?
2006, for about 4 or 5 years.
2006 to 2010, 2011, somewhere in there?
12, yeah.
And how well would you say you know Jose?
I knew the man that I was with back then very well.
You know that he has now been convicted of murdering a lady and her unborn baby, correct?
Yes.
And you're not here to quarrel with the jury about that.
No.
But is it fair to say that you do not recognize that murder in the Jose that you knew?
Absolutely not.
What were your circumstances when you met Jose?
I was just getting out of an abusive relationship, a 10-year abusive relationship.
Did you have children?
I have 3.
How old were your children when you met Jose?
4, 2, and a newborn.
How did you meet Jose?
A barbecue, a friend's barbecue.
And was it a slow developing relationship or swiftly developing?
I mean, both. I mean, we dated for a year before we lived together.
Did you live together for that 4 or 5 years? Mm-hmm. Yes, you say yes or no?
I did.
Okay, thank
Sorry.
you. Just so the record has it,
Yes.
everybody knows what you mean, but the record needs to be clear. And you were about how old then when you met Jose in 2006?
24, 23.
When you were with Jose, how was he with your young children?
He loves children. He was very good with them.
And how did your children react to Jose?
They liked him as well.
How did you feel being in a relationship with Jose?
I was just getting out of an abusive relationship, so I wasn't very nice to him. But he did everything he knew to do to display a great characteristic of a man that my son should look up to.
Did Jose make you feel safe coming out of that relationship?
Absolutely.
Sorry, I could not hear the answer.
Absolutely.
Your children also?
Yes.
You indicated that, I think maybe as a result of where your head was at coming out of that relationship, you said you were not always very nice to Jose?
I was not nice to the man at all. Sorry.
You were mean to him, I think you characterized it. Is that correct?
Yes.
How so?
Everything was worth an argument. Everything he did was wrong. I pushed his motorcycle down the driveway. I spit in his face. Told him to leave.
When you had disagreements and arguments with Jose, did he get violent with you?
Never, ever.
I
didn't even get an argument out of him.
I think you just told us in one of your disagreements you spat upon him. How did he react to that?
Just wiped it off.
You mentioned a motorcycle. Jose had a super duper tricked out motorcycle, yes?
Yes, sir.
Paint job, lots of chrome. He loved it. What did you do to it?
Pushed it down the driveway.
Because you were angry at him?
Because he wasn't moving fast enough. I was really mean.
I'm sorry. I think was that toward the end of the relationship you had enough, you said you'd go, but you punctuated that request by damaging his motorcycle?
I was just mean, and he wasn't moving fast enough. I don't know.
What did he do?
A lot of years ago.
What did he do when you did? Did he see you damage the motorcycle?
Yeah, he was right there.
What did he do to you?
Nothing. He just picked up the motorcycle and drove away.
So, despite provocations, you have not ever seen Jose to be violent? Is that so?
I've never seen the man be violent, and his occupation was a bouncer. I never even seen him fight a man.
And even when he was working security at clubs, he wouldn't fight?
Never. He was like a clown.
But there were other women in Jose's life, correct? And that's kind of why you ended it with him, yes?
I just had a drama-free life, and the extra drama from having multiple kids' mothers. I just didn't want my kids to witness it.
Yes.
I didn't want
One or more of Jose's other women would occasionally come around and interrupt your life. Is that correct?
because of their own problems, not necessarily my problems.
Would you describe Jose as easily excited and angered, or a calm person?
I'm not sure that I've ever seen him super angry, not to a violent state. I mean, mad at something, work or something, but not angry enough to do something.
You know, earlier today I told the judge, and then later I told this jury, that a lot of witnesses I was counting on didn't show up, but you are here. Why have you come?
Joselito did everything during our 4-year relationship that he should have to display great characteristic of a man for my children. He would, an example of a man that I should have probably treated a little better. And I was just, I can't sleep at night knowing that he's gonna lose his life. And I was so mean to him for no reason at all.
Well, we don't know that yet. Do you want him to lose his life?
No.
Thank you, that's all I have from you, ma'am. Thank you so much.
Cross-examination?
So, okay, so let me just figure out the timeline here. It sounds like you started dating the defendant in 2006, is that right?
Yes, sir.
And then you broke up with him in 2013?
Late 11, 12, yeah.
2012? Okay, and if I understand correctly, you used to work down here at the gas station located at Midway and Selvas, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and you used to see the defendant every once in a while when he'd come into the gas station, right?
Yes, sir.
And if I recall correctly, you did not speak to him when he came in.
I never spoke to him again until recently, after I left him.
Right, so when the defendant would come into the gas station, you ignored him
And treat him like a stranger.
and treated him like a stranger, is that right?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so, and then from 2012 up until just a few weeks ago, you didn't speak to him at all,
Absolutely not.
right? So 13 years went by and you didn't speak a word to him.
Absolutely.
Is that right?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and then when you did speak to him again just a few weeks ago, was that after the trial started?
I'm not sure. I didn't follow it or his situation. I've been getting phone calls from his children trying to get me to talk to him, but I didn't know why. I didn't know, I didn't follow. I don't watch TV, so I didn't know what was really going on. And I prayed on it for a while before I made my decision to help him.
Okay, but you said you spoke to him for the first time after 13 years a few weeks ago.
Mm-hmm.
So my question is how many weeks? 1 week, 2 weeks, 3 weeks, 4 weeks? How many, what would you say?
Let's go with a month. I don't know. I wasn't really recording dates. I didn't think I would.
A month. Okay, gotcha. And a lot can change with somebody after 13 years, is that right?
Absolutely.
Okay, all right, no further questions.
Thank you.
You redirect?
No, Your Honor. Thank you.
Okay. May Ms. Cook be released from subpoena if she is under subpoena at this time?
Yes, sir, she's on the speech.
Any objection?
No objection.
Thank you, Ms. Cook. You're released from your subpoena at this time. You're free to stay or leave as you wish. And counsel, if you want to approach.
Thank you.
Yeah, I got she was just nervous. I think she was just nervous. She seems like she was, not comfortable speaking in public. We all laugh when we're nervous and not comfortable. So that's what I was getting, was that she just wasn't comfortable. Maybe not even comfortable, not speaking to people, not speaking in public.
Members of the jury, as I told you this morning, we're going to have a short afternoon. Those are all the witnesses for this afternoon. We are going to restart tomorrow. There's some work we need to do outside of your presence, so we're going to ask you to come in at 9:30, not 8:45. Gives you a little extra time, but we are still on course to get the case to you tomorrow afternoon. Please remember, of course, you know what I'm going to say. We're very near the end of this case. We're going to be recessing for the evening. Don't discuss the case with anyone. Don't do any research. Avoid all of the media coverage of the case. We're almost there at the end of the case. And enjoy your evening. Leave your notes on your chairs, and we'll see you in the morning, 9:30. Any other issues for us to address before we break until the morning?
No,
sir. All right, we'll see you in the morning. The interpreter is going to be here at 8:30 to assist you all. I'll be here at 8:45, and then the jury's coming at 9:30, so we're on track. And we'll see you in the morning. Enjoy your evening.
All right. All right, you guys. Guess what? We're going to go over to Jeffrey Spence. So if you guys are interested in the Mississippi versus Jeffrey Spence, we're going to go over there. So hang out with us. We're going to go check out a new trial that just started today. So just to recap here real quick. Raul Benasco, he's a prison consultant, and he just talks about the custody level, security, talks about waking up in the daily schedule for Gen Pop, which is general population. They have hard labor. They mow the grass with mowers. I think like like the one my mom had when I went to go visit her. She didn't even have like a power mower. It was like one with the blades doing that, but her lawn was really small. But death row is different. They're a 6x9 room. They have a TV, not required to work or leave the cell. Laundry's brought to them. They have more time outside. Now they have more time outside, visitation, tablets. They can interact with other inmates. There's only one facility in Florida. Currently, there's 458 people on the row. There have been 12 this year. 13th one is scheduled for this month, and then another one in October. He met with Jose August 1st, 2025. Jose's been there for 7 years, and he's only had like two write-ups, 2 infractions. He steered clear of issues. He will adapt well if sent to prison. Jail has a lot of moving population. It's aggressive behavior. Again, aggressive behavior is common. If he gets the DP, he'll go to North Florida and then Union Correctional, wherever that is. If he gets life without parole, then he'll go to Central Florida for reception. He'll be there from 6 to 12 weeks, and then he'll be transported to wherever. They've got like 4 or 5 different prisons. And then Lucinda Cook. She was ex-girlfriend from 2006 to 2012. She doesn't recognize him, to be this evil person. She was just getting out of a 10-year abusive relationship. She had a 4-year-old, a 2-year-old, and a newborn. She met at a friend's barbecue when she was 23 or 24. They dated for a year before they moved in together. She said she wasn't very nice to him. She pushed his motorcycle down because he wasn't moving fast enough. She spit in his face. Jose never got mad. I don't know. She can't sleep at night because he's going to lose his life, and she should have treated him better. Sounds like she's, guilty? Sounds like she might have a guilty conscience now. So, all right, you guys. Tomorrow they are getting together at 9:30. Closing arguments tomorrow and verdict watch. So we're going to be dual streaming. So we're going to pick up on this Mississippi versus Jeffrey Spence. That's the father who took out his daughter's boyfriend. So we're going to go check that trial out. I know nothing about this trial, so we're going to all be coming in. We're going to be coming in very new. We're going to be coming in with very few facts. So I have it set for 2:15. So yeah, no problem, woke. No problem. Walmart run. No Walmart run. All right, Sparkling, you're going to go. See you tomorrow. All right, you guys, let's go check out this other trial. Day 1 started today, and they started at 10, so we're only a few hours behind, so we should be able to catch them before the end of the day. And 9:30 tomorrow here, if you want to continue watching Florida versus Soto. And if not, let's go over to Mississippi versus Florida Spence. We have a redirect set, but I'll give you the link nonetheless. All right, for those that want to come and join us, new trial here. All right, so there's the new trial. If you don't get portaled over, hang on everybody. If you don't get portaled over, that's the link. So, all right. Thank you for all your work in the Big Heart. No problem, Deb. Thank you. Appreciate that. All right, you guys, new trial. Let's go. I'm going to end us here, and I'll see you over there in a few minutes. All right, here, let me. As always, thank you to our mods. Thank you to Aaron and chat. Thank you for watching. I'll leave you with little Fed. He had a lizard. He was playing with a lizard, and I have no idea where it is right now. Oh, and there's a kitty in there, and there's also a kitty over there. And, of course, little Rafa's over here. Rafa's over there. So, all right, you guys, thank you for watching, and we'll see you over at Mississippi versus Jeffrey Spence. See ya. Bye.